Hey, probando. Hey, sí. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey, probando. ¿Todo bien? ¿Tout va bien? Hey, 1, 2, 3.
Là, c'est le canal anglais.
Nickel.
Nickel chrome.
Nickel. Pardon?
Bonjour. Bonjour à toutes. Bonjour.
Hello, everybody. Can I invite you to take a seat? We're going to make a start, please. So I have a great pleasure to welcome you for this first day on Episciences to celebrate the 10 years of the platform. Thank you for being with us. So many of you have decided to take part, so thank you to the people who are following us remotely as well. So when there is an anniversary, we usually go back over the past, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to go over the genesis of Episcience and look at the path followed. Since 2013, things started before the opening of the platform with individual awareness that was then shared, that there was a problem with the publication system. We wanted to replace it with something, and this was gradually embodied within a project that became a kind of a prototype and then became a technical platform and a service. And since 2021, it's the editorial component of a national research infrastructure, A+. So it's a platform that is now well known. It partners with different projects at national and international level. And the idea is to improve the platform and develop it even further. One of the objectives of the day is to really share and promote the overlay journal model, to look at its potential in terms of innovation, transparency, and quality of the editorial process. These things are not considered enough, in my opinion, and I think there is a lot of disruptive potential in this model. Now, through the different presentations over the course of the next 2 days, what we want to do is really shed light on the motivations behind journals that have joined Episcience, to focus on their role as part of the platform. We want to look at the state of the art in terms of open access publishing and think about practices and the future of the platform. I'd like to sincerely thank all of the people who took part in the organization of these 2 days. First of all, there is the organizing committee that set up a very rich and stimulating program. I'd also like to mention Céline Barthonnat, Agnès Magran, Marianne and Aude Alandrieux, who all 4 of them, in a very remarkable way, managed to organize the coordination and communication around the event, along with the logistics, so that these 2 days can be a studious 2 days, but also a pleasant 2 days. This will be the case as we listen to the different people coming up to speak. So thank you to the speakers. Thank you for agreeing to be present for these 2 half days where we will be together. I'd also like to thank the Inria, the CNRS, Inria, and the Fargier Institute that also helped financially. The days will be broadcast via YouTube at the CCSD YouTube. This is quite rare. And we have simultaneous interpreting in English, which is quite rare. So this was important for us because the drafting committees hosted by Episcience and the epi-committees are not necessarily French speaking, and they're not necessarily in France. So last and least, but not least, there is the team that is in charge of developing Episcience. So Raphaël Tournoy, where are you? So this is the CCSD team. Céline Barthonnat, where is Céline? Janelle Chiban, Julien Charles. For Inria, I'd like to pay tribute to Hélène Loringer, Emmanuel Perrin, and Catherine Scotton, just next to you, and Ariane Leroland for the Fargier Institute. So I would like to thank them all for their work and their commitment over the past few years. I hope we all enjoy these 2 days, and the scientific publishing question and open access science need political stakeholders, field stakeholders, who need to talk together and get coordinated, and that's why we're organizing this event. It provides us with that opportunity. So let's start with a speech that will be given by Antoine Petit. He wanted to come to the event. He's very interested in the concept of overlay journals and Episcience in particular. But as you can imagine, he hasn't been able to come, so he's recorded a video, and that's what we're going to share with you right now. So hello everyone, I'm sorry that I cannot be here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Episcience, because it is an initiative that I have followed for a long time, whether CEO of Inria or when I arrived at the head of the CNRS. It is also an initiative in which I strongly believe and which must undoubtedly continue to develop as soon as possible. I'm therefore happy to be able to record this welcome note at the opening of these days. And I would like to take this opportunity to remind you of our strategy to accelerate the development of open access science since the beginning of my first mandate, and how Episcience is an integral part of this strategy. For a very long time now, and in recent years in particular, we have been pursuing a rigorous policy at the CNRS in favour of open access science, both in the field of publications and data and software, as evidenced by our 2 strategic documents, the Open Science Roadmap and the Research Data Plan. Very early in 2019, And in line with the plan announced by the Minister of the Higher Education and Research, the CNRS set a goal of 100% open access. This year, we have reached a decisive milestone since we can track the opening rate of our researchers' publications, thanks to what is recorded in the annual reports of researchers, or CRACs. Indeed, in 2019, we proposed to scientists who fill in their statutory report of their activity each year that the publications part be automatically filled in, thanks to the fact that they file their manuscripts in HAL. This has proven to be very effective. The filing has increased massively, almost doubled in the first year, in fact. And I would also like to thank the CCSD team, so the Centre for the Direct Scientific Communication team, and the INIST teams, so the Scientific and Technical Information Institute teams, for allowing this dialogue between the platforms. They have supported the smooth running of these campaigns by accelerating the moderation processes. The CCSD also took charge of the implementation of an API and a specific workflow to ensure the articulation of HAL and CRAC. In fact, today we know that researchers at the CNRS have played the game well. Finally, a detailed examination of the complete production led us to find that for 2020, observed in 2022, nearly 95% of this production is in open access. Finally, in almost 3 years, thanks to this strong incentive to file in HAL, we've almost reached our objective of 100% open access. Self-archiving in the HAL Open Archive is therefore a very effective route for open access to our publications. However, this is not going to be enough. The problem now and in the future, when it comes to open access, is that of its cost, because of the publication fees, or APCs, article processing charges, which are collected directly by the publishers and which are sometimes very high. The direct-to-open access publishing platforms that appeared 20 years ago are progressing strongly and are able to compete with the big publishers. The most spectacular case is that of MDPI, which has become in a few years the fourth publisher of CNRS publications behind large publishers like Elsevier, Springer and Wiley. In 2020, MDPI became the second publisher for which APCs were paid. Frontiers In is also progressing and is now in the top 10 publishers who publish the most articles for CNRS scientists. There are also journals such as Scientific Report and Nature Communication that only publish with publication fees charged directly to authors. These journals are always very popular with our scientists. Finally, a model based solely on these costs would be unsustainable for our budgets in the future, in addition to being unequal and unethical. We must therefore offer virtuous review journals that allow open access and free publication for authors, quality articles attested by uncompromising peer review. This is exactly what Episcience offers, as well as other quality platforms that we are committed to supporting as well. Episcience is a precursor model. It's transparent and it's mastered by the scientific community. Publication is free for authors and readers. There are no APCs or subscription fees. The overlay journals, or in English, are journals created from articles filed in open archives such as HAL, for which a review is organized. Thus, only articles that are retained by the referees are published under the label of the EPI journal or overlay review. Mathematics was a forerunner in this field with the journal created by the late Jean-Pierre, to whom a tribute will be paid on this day. Today, 26 journals are hosted on the Episcience platform. There will be about 30 by the end of 2023. We need to create more and help these journals become one of the most widely used journals. In this perspective, Episcience has strengthened the editorial and technical support of its publishing teams. The CNRS has recently supported Episcience in addition to the recurring support we provide to the CCSD, for which we are supervised. The objective is simple: to increase the attractiveness of Episcience by offering new services to journals and readers and by developing communication and promotion actions. The Episcience model is more broadly part of the Diamond model put forward by an action plan launched last year by the ANR, Science Europe, Operas and Coalition S. The CNRS was one of the first signatories of this action plan. The aim is to institutionally fund open access publishing platforms that are free for authors. Overall, the CNRS invested the savings from the non-renewal of the contract with Springer in 2018 to support several models of this type. More than 2 million euros between 2019 and 2022 have supported the National Fund for Open Science, the FNSO, platforms such as Open Edition and the Mersenne Center. It should be noted that we have accompanied the transformation of the CRAS, which were published by Elsevier and which are now published on the Mersenne Center's platform in open access. Other models, in addition to Episcience, such as PCI, so Peer Community in Recommendations, are now supported every year. Mathematics journals, such as the SMI and the SMF, that have switched to a subscribe to open model, a model that relies on academic funding and then publishes the entire journal in open access, have also received financial support from the CNRS. It is still too early to measure the impact of this type of measure because these journals struggle to exist at the same level as those of large publishers, but there is an increase in their presence. Episcience, therefore, has a fundamental role to play in this ecosystem in order to promote bibliodiversity. This is why I'm pleased to open this anniversary of the 10 years of Episcience, which is also an opportunity to take stock of similar existing models and to reflect on future developments. For the past 2 years, Episcience has been able to integrate the European EOSC platform, which allows it to shine even more. The participation of the CCSD in the COAR initiative, which is the global network of open archives, is a way of further implementing the Episcience model. The sources of articles that are evaluated a posterior and then published in overlay journals diversify towards preprint servers or original forms of recommendations via PCIs. In conclusion, as you will have understood, I strongly believe that the future lies in the development of these forms of publications in order to ensure the quality of scientific publication and thus the quality of our research without the financial means of a country or even a team being a prerequisite for open access publishing. Finally, I would like to thank Nathalie Fargier and her team both for the organization of these days, but also for the work they do on a daily basis. And I wish you an excellent day. Yes, so we're going to continue now with Claude Kirchner, President of the Episcience Steering Committee. Claude Kirchner is Director of the Inria Research Center, so that's the National Center for Digital and Ethics Research. He's been a member since 2017 of the National Supervisory Committee for Life Sciences and Health and is in charge of the National Committee that it focuses on digital ethics that was created in 2019. So Claude has paid us the honor of being present and presenting to us the history of Episcience since its creation. Thank you very much, Nathalie. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for giving us this visibility for Episcience, which has been around now for over 10 years. So it being supported by the CCSD. So what I'm going to show to you today is a little bit about what's been happening over the past 10 years without necessarily going into all of the details, but by focusing on the fact, above all, that this context, as Antoine Petit was saying, digital technology is really creating an upheaval in the way we do science from all points of view, whether we're talking about the horizons opened or the new methods that can be implemented, with new scientific approaches, because we've got another way of addressing things. As the historian and philosopher Émile Houduet, we've been converted to digital technology, and this means that we're, reviewing the way we see previous concepts. So the development of new instruments today, thanks to digital technology, and we're hearing a lot, for example, about the ChatGPT and other instruments like this. I don't know whether I will have time to go into more details, but with respect to publications, it's interesting to see how this kind of instrument doesn't work. And then there's a lot of new scientific experimenting, of course. Now, as part of that framework, as part of the scientific activities that we develop, especially in France, but of course internationally too, publication is a fundamental dimension. And as Antoine reminded us, we've got this question, how do we move from the old model, which consisted in, for example, physicists, famous physicists and authors like Einstein, they thanked publishers like Elsevier, because they were able to communicate thanks to the publisher. But today, the communication is not really adapted to this kind of service. So we've introduced these new types of publication based on open access and archives. So this makes it possible to work with social media and to work with a view and practices based on scientific integrity and scientific ethics, allowing us to develop new models. So I'm going to present some of those new models. So this is the picture that I'm going to be going through. Thank you, Manon, in particular, for drawing up these different slides. So we'll start with the scientific events on the left-hand side of the picture. And on the right-hand side, we've got aspects relating to development communication, finance projects, governance, and that kind of information. So to develop all of that, we're going to start at the beginning. So it wasn't 10 years ago. It wasn't even in the 2000s. It dates back further than that. The first open access archive that had a real impact was Archive, and that was in 1991, with the idea that it would be a good idea to have something that was mastered in France. And so this brings us through to 2000 and the creation of CCSD, which, let's have a look at that, then led to the creation of HAL, and then just afterwards, because that was the objective set for the CCSD, and then there was a first line of thinking, and Christine will tell us more about that thinking. Jean-Pierre de Mailly, as Antoine was also saying, introduced thinking about the overlay journal model. So just a small story now to shed light on that. Overlay journals, they date back to when? Who first wrote the word overlay journal? Well, I had some ideas about this. I worked on them with Christophe. We thought about how to create epi-science, etc. And so I had some ideas, but I said to myself, oh, I need to ask a ChatGPT about this. What does ChatGPT think? When does the term overlay journal date back to? So I won't go into all of the details of what ChatGPT came up with, but it came up with a first publication. There are several versions of ChatGPT, but I won't go into the details about that. So it came up with 2 publications, and I couldn't find those publications because they didn't exist in the documents mentioned. So ChatGPT mentioned documents that existed with authors that existed, with titles that didn't exist, and with a year that was also maybe erroneous. So after checking, this kind of tool for this kind of publication and this kind of scientific work is not really going to help us much given the current state of affairs. So what's interesting to see, and this is the very principle, and Olivier understands this, the principle of this neuronal network that consists in creating an answer by learning from data, from billions of data items, and by producing the most probable word after the start of a sentence. So it's a word-by-word construction. And then what happens is, well, you know, you can create things that are not incoherent or inconsistent with the history at hand, but are not actually real. So that's what the situation was. Overlaid journals, the idea was born in the 90s and 2000s, the idea being to use open access archive and HAL, the idea being to be able to implement a level of verification and proofreading, copy editing and certification of the different results via the processes that of course we're very familiar with when it comes to reviewing articles. So the project matured, and then 10 years went by before we could actually move on to a prototype. And that prototype was developed in 2012. And I'll come back to that subject. So it's important to have scientific validation of people who validate reviews. Jean-Pierre therefore set up an epi-committee, the epi-maths committee, that brought together a scientific community that was really quite remarkable. So lots of people who had won awards nationally and internationally. So in that context, it was important to experiment, to try things out, to set things up, and to make sure that the project grew. So Inria joined the project in 2013. The first promotion of the project was in Nature and using the CCSD blog. And the CCSD started to set up means that allowed for further development. And the first announcements were made then. And a first overlay journal was set up, and it was called Discrete Mathematics and Theoretical Computer Science. So in that context, journals began to come up. Journal of Data Mining and Digital Humanities, for example. You might have maths in there, but the main subject is not maths for that journal in particular. Then there was the Journal of Person-System Interactions, and the Hardy-Ramanujan Journal, a maths journal. Now that review, that was validated by the Maths Epi Committee, but the Human Social Sciences Journal, or the IT journals, well, they were validated with a small team that Christine had set up with colleagues from Inria and the CNRS. And the idea was to look at the journal, see whether it was an interesting idea, but also whether it was ready to do some experimenting, because we needed to try and feel our way to see how we could carry on. So then we'll continue. In 2015, we set up other journals. So there was the Journal of Interdisciplinary Methodologies and Issues in Science, with publications starting in 2016, colleagues from the LMCS will explain how the Logical Methods in Computer Science journal worked. Now, what's interesting as well to see is that the journals that are here, to my knowledge, given the current state of affairs, didn't come from publishers, some publishing houses that were of international renown. So to my knowledge, there was nothing from Elsevier or Springer.
Including LMCS, but they have a very strong visibility. It's a journal that was managed within the community concerned, but with international visibility. So beyond this, we continued, because what you have to understand on this side, we have the development of the initial prototype, which is continuing to develop and to be increasingly used and is better aggregating different needs. And we continue to create algebraic geometry epijournals. We have ARIMA, DHSS here, Société Plurielle, and Slovo. And we're continuing to move forward to ensure that we can best support the CCSD in this situation. With Christine, we decided to create the steering committee for Episciences. This creation was validated by the CCSD steering committee. And once it was created, we were able to more systematically ensure that the journal selection review be organized with a certain number of journals for LPUB, their proceedings that are published, and other journals that were arriving within this process. New functions that were introduced in 2020, lots of other journals that joined us, and the creation of the epi-committee on IT and applied maths, so that we can ensure the selection and the follow-up of the journals in math, because the maths committee it did exist, but now for IT and will continue. So typically, we'll be able to create in 2021 epi-committee for human sciences, SHS, epi-SHS, and there are a certain number of new journals, and you can note that they either concern one of the three epi-committees that exist, SHS, IT, and applied mathematics or mathematics. But there's an evaluation that's managed by the steering committee. In 2021, there were lots of new creations. In 2022, a new creation on electronic notes in theoretical informatics and computer science, and the production release of other systems like the Notify protocol. Today, you've seen throughout the developments throughout this 10-year history, and in 2023, we have a fabulous project. And then what's ahead of us? That's the topic of these 2 half days of work. But what's fundamental is to ensure, as Antoine Petit was saying, we have to make sure that we continue to develop this range of disciplines that exist in this framework. So we could think of economics, the environment, physics, biology. We've just received a request to set up a journal on biology. So we're going to supervise the evaluation of the journal within the steering committee. But in the long term, we want to create an epi-committee on this topic. Overall, today, there are 3 field-focused epi-committees, and we would like more. As I've said, there are 26 diamond open access journals that are followed up and are active. There are 5,519 articles and reports published within this framework, more than 11,000 user accounts, and the idea is what's coming. It's us, it's new, who are going to decide this, so we need to continue to use this tool, which is a remarkable one, thanks to the quality of the code that's made available. It wasn't obvious. It's a project that made it possible to co-adapt code managing the platform with the needs of users. And in the future, also what we're going to have to do, and we'll see that in the next half days, we want to see if there are other ways of selecting journals of very high quality, but with means of experimentation, with links with what's published in terms of scientific documentation, but also in terms of data and programs. And then we'll have to see if there's a connection that can be made. So we need to design Episcience as a module in collaboration with others, with HAL, with Sciences Conf also. They produce a certain number of results that we could integrate within the framework of the journals. And around this evaluation that is run today in a positional way, we see this with the journals that have existed since the idea of scientific journals has existed. The idea is to have scientific social media that will allow us to manage scientific discussion and be an add-on to Episciences. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Claude, for this panoramic view. I'd like to welcome Christine Berthaud. She's a research engineer in scientific and technical information. Since the 2000s, she's been very involved in open science. She's worked a lot on human and social sciences here in Lyon before becoming the head of the CCSD. Thank you, Nathalie. Of course, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in these days. I'd also like to thank the whole Episciences team and the different committees for this invitation. So it's my honor to pay homage to Jean-Pierre Demailly, who unfortunately left us a year ago on March 17, 2022. Jean-Pierre was a professor of mathematics. His career mainly took place in the Grenoble-Alpes University in the Fournier Institute. The mathematics works done by Jean-Pierre concerned essentially complex analytical geometry and with many different applications. He was a passionate professor and participated in the growth of mathematics in Tunisia, India, China, where he went for conferences or to thematic programs. And he would foster the creation of a network of international colleagues who are ready to follow him in his activities, as we saw for Episciences with the creation of an international epi-committee. He was a junior and senior member of the Institut Universitaire de France since 2011. In December 2007, he was elected correspondent and member of the Academy of Sciences in the mathematical chapter. Jean-Pierre had a brilliant scientific career, and right away from the beginning of his career, he benefited from the recognition of his peers very early on. He received the CNRS Bronze Medal when he was 24 years old. He also, I won't mention all of his prizes, he also received the Stéphane Berman Prize of the American Mathematical Society. As you've understood, I don't have a mathematical culture myself. So to give you a complete vision of his Jean-Pierre's scientific activity, better than I could possibly describe to you, I invite you to consult the page In Memoriam Jean-Pierre de Mailly, member of the Academy of Science, on the website of the Academy of Sciences. I apologize. There was a slide I meant to show you. You'll find the links that I talked about in this brief homage. I would rather now focus on the different editorial activities. He was the chief editor of the Institut Fournier from 1998 to 2006. He participated in the publication of many scientific journals like the Pure and Applied Mathematics Journal, and as of 1994, he was also very active in the publication of the reports of the Academy of Science for Mathematics as the correspondent and also as the chief editor. You'll also find the homage that is paid to him by the Mathematics Reports Committee on their website. He promoted free open software in the Unix-Linux environment. In 1999, he organized a summer university program in Grenoble on the theme, the use of open software in the school framework. This was at the origin of free educational software. This is a very active movement in France, and it brings together some 100 members. I'm having a little problem switching my slides. So I'd like to come back on and talk about the genesis, the origins of Episciences. My first encounter with Jean-Pierre dated back to 2003 during the professional days on open access archives that had been organized by the network of professionals in Isidora documentation. And I'll give you the title of Jean-Pierre's presentation. Everything is clear. An example of a electronic scientific publication with an electronic publication base on the project online evaluation of open access archives. I thought this was intelligent and consistent, and the idea of Episciences already existed. At this time, there were some meetings with Franck Lalouet, who was the former head of CCSD, and Daniel Charnet, but it didn't go any further at that time. Now let's jump forward in time to 2011. Ariane Roland from the Fourier Institute and Jean-Pierre de Mailly contacted me to talk about the project that I remembered, and it was perfect timing. Indeed, the formula that we used in the presentation, I'll read it to you. This project emerges when the CCSD wants to develop the uses of its HAL platform and could be presented as a new HAL service. So the Episcience adventure really started then. I'm not going to continue with the history because Claude already presented it. Despite this, before I conclude this brief homage, I would like to observe that when an idea is good, projects continue beyond the people who were at their origin. And I'd like to remind the members of the team remind you of the members of the team at the time, the founding members, if we can say, of Episciences. For the CCSD, there was also Laurent Capelli, who was the deputy director and project manager who started all of the first Episcience developments. As of 23, Kevin Loiseau joined us as a developer at the Institut Fourier. In addition to Jean-Pierre Demailly, there was also Benoît Cloquenard, who was a professor researcher who was in charge of relations with the scientific community, and Ariane Roland, a documentalist in charge of communication. 10 years later, in the Episcience epic journey, there was the determining role played by Jean-Pierre Demailly, an internationally recognized mathematician. I also remember a very committed man, determined, federative, human, and whose enthusiasm for the project never flagged. So we're paying homage to one of the great developers of Episciences. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Now we'd like to put a quick focus on epi-committees and other bodies that are around Episciences while focusing on their specific nature. They are carried by the scientific community. So I'll rapidly, in the introduction, talk about them. The reason, the motivation that led to the creation of Episciences is the observation that there's a certain dysfunctioning or a failure of the publication system. And when we looked at how it worked, there were some questions and negative aspects that came out with very long periods between the filing by a researcher of a pre-publication and its visibility and its revision, very opaque processes. And we have to recognize there's a real domination by the commercial publishers and platforms, and there's the invisibility of the research community where they're at the center of this process. So there are huge stakes, technical stakes for Episciences. We wanted to see our capacity to produce, develop, design, and maintain a very highly tooled platform, and we'll get a presentation on the different functions of the Episciences platform. There are more organizational challenges. We had to firstly define and set up workflows between the researchers who are filing, the rereaders, the editors, and then organize the links between Episciences and, as you've understood, the publication services and open access archives, and whose connection is very important. And the third challenge, whose objective is to ensure the scientific communities really take ownership of the editorial process. And it's this control by the communities of this process that is a founding and major principle for Episciences. It's a founding principle because it's at the initiative of researchers and people working with researchers. And from the outset, we wanted to have complete control of the structure by public players. And for the last 10 years, we've worked on this, and we want to continue to manage the evolution of Episciences. It was said earlier, in terms of governance, there is a steering committee that's associated with Episciences, and the main mission is a forward-looking one. We ask that the committee think about the future of Episciences, and an element that was underscored by Antoine Petit, that's the question of the funding model. It's not the only element, but it's an important element for the sustainability of the platform. The steering committee also is the guarantor of the consistency of the reports that we receive. Their scientific criteria, quality criteria, but there are also the consistency and the commitment of the publications to the editorial model that we're proposing. So there are public structures that are supporting Episciences either financially or by making available staff and their representatives on the epi-committees. So epi-committee, that's a funny word that's already been mentioned several times this afternoon. It was based on epi-revue, which is the French translation of overlay journals. So we have epi-committees, epi-sciences. These epi-committees, there are 3 of them. We started with mathematics, epi-mat, and it's continuing with epi-IM for informatics and mathematics, and SHS for human and social sciences. So we have experts in the concerned field. They're focused on very specific aspects. As Claude said, our objective is to diversify and to make up other epi-committees on other topics. Now, it's clear that we need to have enough experts on the themes, but there are also more technical questions. Have you understood for an article to feed up to Episciences, the proposed article has to be available on open access server or an open access archive that we can recognize right now. Episcience works with archive in the field of physics, essentially, and with HAL, which is multidisciplinary, and Zenodo that has all types of documents. So the objective for 2023 is to work with other pre-publication servers, bioarchive and meta-archive. The epi-committees, there are 4 main missions. The first one is the most important. We need to ensure scientific expertise. So the review candidates who want to join Episciences, depending on the nature of the candidate, different possibilities exist. The members of the EPI committee can evaluate themselves, or they can call on external experts. Another important element, as I said, we work with the operational teams and the steering committee of Episciences, so I'll explain why there are such strong links with the CCSD and the steering committee. A third element is quality, and everyone who works with journals knows that this is something that has to be evaluated over time, and it's very important, the quality aspects. We haven't set up a procedure yet, methods to deal with this. So after several years of the life of a journal on the platform at Episciences, how can we go back to them and ensure that the scientific quality and the consistency with our editorial model still exists? Another element that we would like to focus on in the coming years is the idea of experimentation and promotion. Promotion of the Episciences platform. It's very important for us that the scientific community that already uses it through the journalists who are participating in the assessment of the journalists be able to explain and be the ambassadors of this model to their colleagues. And this is a real effective communication vector. In the introduction, I said that the overlay journal model, beyond transparency and quality, they also have a huge potential for innovation. And we would like to be able to mobilize researchers on different objects than just the traditional journals that we know, perhaps with stronger integration with data or software. Raphaël can also present a few elements on these topics. And to conclude, I just wanted to come back on the complementary criteria that we use to validate a journal. Firstly, the scientific quality, validated by the epi-committees. And when a candidate journal at Episcience does not fit into the epi-committees, we call on outside expertise to do the work. There's also work done by the CCSD on the more technical, legal, and organizational aspects of the candidacy. And it's very important each time to ensure, through different discussions, we prefer that the integration process takes time so that we can really explain how the Episcience platform functions. What does it mean to join us? What commitments are taken by the journal to understand the principle of the rereading or review with Episciences, and to ensure that all of the scientific publication standards are respected. And that's the most complex point. We need human resources so that over time we can make sure the Episciences journals continue to exist. Céline Barthonnat will present this department. So we provide services and support to the journals, but the journals really have to regularly feed and update their journals with new articles. So I'll now hand the floor to Joss. So I'm going to say a few words to introduce Joss. Joss is Baeten, who's the Professor Emeritus at the University of Amsterdam and the Eindhoven Technological University. And from 2011 to 2020, he managed the CWI. I'm going a bit fast, but it's the equivalent of the Inria in the Netherlands. And he's going to present in just a few words the epi-IAM.
So that I can remove these headphones since this presentation will be in English. Yeah? Okay. So I represent the EPI committee, epi-IAM for Informatics and Applied Mathematics. And this is the composition of the committee. Currently the chair is Nahum Dershowitz, but I'm set to take over from him soon. Since he has other responsibilities. Thanks to the editorial support committee, I briefly run over the journals that are in this, under the guidance of this EPI committee. There's a lot of them, and well, I don't know all of them, so I cannot go into detail for all of them. It starts with, this is alphabetically ordered, so it starts with ARIMA. You see two dates. The first date is the creation date of the journal, and the second date is the joining of the Episciences. And there below the line you see the editor or editors-in-chief. The second is discrete mathematics and theoretical computer science. That was already mentioned by Claude. The third is a very new one. It's called Antics. And this has been a continuation of something by almost the same name, ENTCS, that started in 1995, but this was under the guidance of Elsevier. So I consider this a succeeded flip. I'm all in favor of flipping journals from Elsevier and Springer and such commercial publishers to open access, and in particular to Diamond Open Access. And I'm very much in favor of overlay journals. I've been working in the open access community for a long time, also on a European level together with Claude. I enjoyed that then. Okay, so let me continue. Fundamenta Informaticae is a very old and established journal, which was always published by the Polish Academy of Sciences. And they joined, so it dates from 1977, and they joined also the Episciences platform in 2020. To continue, Journal of Data Mining and Digital Humanities. That was a journal that was actually created in order to be published on Episciences. Okay, and the next one is the JIPS, Journal d'Interaction Personne-Système, that's also mentioned by Claude, but this recently, well, is about to stop now. I don't know why. Okay, the next one is LMCS, that's my favorite journal. I'd like to publish in this journal myself by preference. And Stéphane Milius, the editor-in-chief, is in the hall. Yeah, there you are. Thanks to Stéphane. He has managed this journal for a long time and to very good effect. It has an excellent name in the community. The next one is Mathematical Neuroscience and Applications. This is also a continuation of a journal by almost the same name, and in this case it flipped from Springer. So we have a Springer flip and we have an Elsevier flip, and we're very proud of these. 1 minute, okay, I'm almost finished. Because this is the latest journal, and I'm very much proud of this. It started publication just last year with 2 articles and 5 so far in this year. And this is a journal that's been a very long time in the making. The Theoretical Computer Science Committee, the Theoretical Computer Science Association has been trying to develop such a journal for a long time. And finally we succeeded, and this is to be an absolute top journal. It has to be the highest quality. Often people derogate open access journals, well, their quality is not so high. This is actually top quality. And to prove that, we have a list of distinguished endorsers with people like Donald Knuth and Moshe Vardi, very well-known people who all endorse this. We have a stellar editorial board with 2 editors-in-chief, Javier Esparza for the B side of theoretical computer science and Uri Zwick for the A side of theoretical computer science. And well, I'm very proud that this journal with its own distinguishing style has been developed over the years and now is going strongly. And I'm within the 1 minute. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joss. Stéphane Druel now. So Stéphane Druel is a mathematician, is a director of research at the CNRS. He works for the Camille Journal Institute at the Claude Bernard University, and he's going to talk to us about the EpiMaths epi-committee. Yes, it's working. Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm not as good at speaking as my predecessors. I'm a mathematician. So here you have the composition of the EpiMaths committee, so inherited from Jean-Pierre. So it's between 12 and 24 members. There are only 11 at the moment. Jean-Pierre is on the list. So how does it work? Well, it's managed by a charter. My role is to organize discussions, organize voting. There are 2 types of votes, normal votes and secret votes, and all of that is governed by the charter. So there's no point really going through the different names of the members of the committee. But let's be representative from a thematics point of view. So we've got all of the themes in mathematics. So the committee is an international committee. There are very few French people. There is a representative, but there are 2 French people, in fact. What else did I want to add to that? If the gentleman could put his microphone more in front of his mouth, that would help. So I'm a mathematician, and you will see that all of the themes are not represented. Some of them are missing. So when we don't know, when we don't feel competent, we call on the network that we know to have an opinion of the peer reviews. So you need to understand mathematics in the broad sense of the term. And so there's an applied maths epi-committee, that's also mathematics. But for historical reasons, things were cut in two. This often happens, especially in France. Now, let me talk to you about the journals that we have in our portfolio. Thank you. So there are 8 journals in all. Perhaps I should say that this is what's left, yes, this is what's left. So we've got 7+1. In fact, there's one that's just arrived. It's just being put onto the platform. So it's a mathematics didactic journal. We've got 4 journals that were created when they arrived on the Episciences platform. We've got 4 journals that left a private publisher, therefore, the last one being the Didactic Mathematics Research Journal. It was a Grenoble publisher that had it. So it's now part of the Episciences platform. Out of the 8, there is one that is a general journal. It's a general mathematics journal. It looks at all of the different maths and disciplines and sub-disciplines. There are 7 that are specialized. And one of our satisfactions is that we've got some international journals that are not necessarily located in France. We've got chief editors located all around the world. So like for the previous slides, the first date is the creation date. Now there's a mistake for CM. It wasn't 2009. 2009 is when it became known as CM, but it was bought in 1996, but its name changed twice in between times. It became CM in 2009 and it joined Episcience in 2021. The oldest was born in 68, but I don't have any information why they came to the platform. I don't know whether they left Elsevier or Springer. I really don't know. Can we move on to the next slide? Who's changing the slides there? Anyway, there we go. So the only one I know something about is this one here with Marianne, who is the chief editor. So he left. It left Deloitte. They wanted to introduce ABC, so the editorial committee decided to leave Deloitte and to join the Episcience platform. So that was the JGCC journal. That's all I wanted to say. Am I good? Thank you, Stéphane. Marianne Reboul. So is a lecturer at the Education and Digital Humanities Department at the ENS, and she's going to talk to us about the Human and Social Sciences Epi-committee. Now, of course, this is not something that is controlled only by mathematicians, so we're recent. There are several members present today. It was created in 2021. It took a little while to get all our members together and to be representative enough for the social and human sciences field. Can somebody click on this slide? Can I have the list of the members, maybe? Thank you. So you can see that the idea behind the Epi-committee is multidisciplinarity. It's very important for this Epi-committee. There's nobody from just one discipline, obviously not. It's very broad, the membership. And you can see that the main characteristics of the journals are going to be obviously social and human sciences. Now, I can't tell you whether these journals went from Elsevier, Springer, or whoever. I can only say that most of these journals were hosted by Episciences before the creation of our committee, and that some of them as of 2021, were validated by the Scientific Council of Episciences. So let's talk about the first one, analysis of networks for social sciences. Like all of the journals that we're going to see, this is multidisciplinary. It's focused on reproducibility and the sharing of data, notably contextual data. With respect to les cahiers scientifiques du transport, the transport scientific papers, this is very recent. It focuses on transport mobility and logistics. And once again, it focuses especially on multidisciplinary approaches. Then there's Environment, Engineering and Development, EID. This is a journal that aims to disseminate multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary knowledge for the reasonable development of anthropical systems. So it's the protection of the environment and sustainable development. Now the fourth journal is the GIMIS. I think this was mentioned already in the first slides. And just like another one that's going to follow. So for GIMIS, this is focused on scientific, cross-cutting scientific progress. The aim is to promote publication modes that are adapted for publications that are original and scientific and that haven't found a place elsewhere. So I'll continue now with the Journal of Philosophical Economics. I forgot to mention something though. With the exception of one journal, all of these journals accept French and English articles. So the Journal of Philosophical Economics is just in English. So it looks at theory and debate about economics and its social ramifications. So now I can move on to. So it focuses on. Sorry, no, I've got it wrong. Let me move on to the next one, Management and Organisation of Sport, that focuses on various sectors that are concerned with sport. Professional, amateur, consumption dimensions are all taken into account. Then there's Slovo. Slovo is a journal that is entirely based on Central and Eastern Europe literature, so Russia and Central Asia. And there is Société Plurielle, or Plural Societies, that came into being in 2014. So it's a review, it's a journal that aims to publish articles about the challenges of diversity and pluralism and the management of crises as part of these questions. So there are still a number of journals being validated. So the committee and the scientific council are underway, are at work on validation of those journals. Thank you, Marianne. And thank you, Mr. Faugeras. So now let's welcome Mr. Olivier Faugeras, who is a Emeritus Research Director at Inria. He's in charge of the Journal of Mathematical Neuroscience that was published by Springer up until 2021, and which switched to Episciences, but with a new name. So Mathematical Neuroscience and Applications, therefore. So let's find out more about the flip. Yes, this switch. So where am I talking to you from? From 1975 to 2000, I looked at computer-based images and processing. And in 2000, I thought that things were getting a bit stuck in the mud, and a new lease of life was necessary to shed new light on image processing. And then, you know, after 11 years, you know that it's working, or it needs a new lease of life. And so we focused more on neurosciences. And this is a really exciting field. There are lots of journals in neurosciences, but there are three main domains. There's biology. Please, can you ask the gentleman to keep the microphone in front of his mouth? Then there's the computational aspect. So there's a little bit less. There's our major competitor, GCN, Journal of Computational Neuroscience, and then the journal that I was in charge of, GNN, Journal of Mathematical Neuroscience. Now, I'm going to go through the history of GMN. Let's go back to 2010. I was in Paris. It was Maths Week organised by SMS. I organised a conference on maths and neurosciences, and there was a lady from Springer who, at the end of my conference, came to see me and said, "Hello. Hello, Professor. Would you like to start a journal in this field?" And I said, "Why not? We can think about it." And so we met up with another English searcher, Stephen Coombs, and after a few discussions, we decided to start the JMN with Springer. So that was the first step. It lasted between 2011 and to 2021. We published quite a lot, about 160 articles over the course of that time, but there were problems, and the problems were as follows. Somebody, I think it was Claude, was talking about the APCs, author processing charges. So people who came from maths labs, you know this, if you're a mathematician, you don't have any money, so paying APCs was almost impossible. So it was difficult to attract mathematicians, and that was our aim. We wanted mathematicians to be interested more in neurosciences. So there was that on the one hand. Springer offered grants, waivers. They referred to them as waivers, in fact. So for people with no money, the APCs were covered. But the number of APCs and waivers offered each year had been going down. And so it was increasingly difficult to get our mathematicians involved. And, you know, it was important to publish more with Springer. And so they asked us to drop the quality in order to earn more money. So we weren't happy. We weren't happy with Coombs. We started to think about a flip or a switch, moving to a platform like Episciences or Messen. So we had a look at what was around. I talked with Episciences. We tried the article management system, which we thought was good, easy to use, at least as easy to use as the Springer system that was available to us. So after deciding not to convince Springer to go from the golden model in terms of APCs to the diamond model, they decided they didn't want to do that. There were some very stormy meetings that we had with them, so they let us go. And so I asked them to put on their webpage that the GMN was closing, but it was going to a new platform, but they never wanted to do that. Anyway, the articles are still available online normally. So that's the whole story with JMN. Now, I should say something about the problems with the editorial committee. There are about 15 or so people who are part of the JMN editorial committee. We convinced them to step down. Out of the 15, I think we kept about 7, and then we recruited 10 for the new journal. So where there was a bigger focus on maths, and we also attracted more women to the editorial committee. There was very much a man's committee, but now, you know, it's evened out a bit more. We've got about 30% of female researchers on the committee today. So I've talked about the diamond model, more maths. Okay, I'm just looking at my little piece of paper, but I haven't got my specs on, unfortunately. Anyway, so we started in January 2021. Our first article came out in July of the same year, and the current state is that we are not publishing a lot, but we are looking for quality. So we've published 7 articles. We've got 9 that were refused. 3 are being reviewed, so they'll probably be published, and then there are 3 that are being revised. So that's not bad. The committee is international, but you know, we're finding it a bit difficult. I'm sharing my problems with you. We're finding it a bit difficult to attract mathematics articles. For European mathematicians, it's okay, but for American mathematicians, it's different. They, you know, they're more focused on applied mathematics rather than our French mathematicians. So they tend to publish in computational journals, in equations, simulation journals. So the difference is the theory, basically, or the theorem. But I think we'll get there. It's taken us a while. You know, it's about hacking away at it. But we're trying to attract these mathematicians, experienced mathematicians in neurosciences. So that's the story. So what the positive aspect here is that we've got the diamond model. We're all for open access science, or at least most people, or at least the people who are in MNA. We've got a lot of freedom as well, and we love that. So, you know, with Springer, our hands were rather tied, whereas now we can choose styles. Mathematicians publish using LaTeX, so we can have style files. We've got one from the Journal of Electronic Probability. They've provided us with a style. So that's great. We've got a good interface, an Episciences interface. The interface is really nice. You can do what you want with it. At Springer, it took months and months of a lot of work on the admin people if we wanted to change the blog. So it just wasn't possible. So for web pages, sorry. So let me come back to what Claude was saying earlier on. Once we've got problems, once the article has been accepted, you've got to have something that is of perfect quality, because that's what the focus is on, quality. So then there's all of that work. There's the copy editing work, which I had underestimated, and the page layout. We do everything ourselves, and it takes an awful lot of time. It really does. So we would need a bit of a helping hand with that. It's an essential point. Yes, you know, put your hand up if you want to volunteer. Yeah, thank you for listening. So there's a small error in the paper program that you were given. It's not the break time straight away. So I'm now going to ask Raphaël Tournoy to come. Raphaël, so we've seen the history, the genesis of Episciences, and we've looked at how the epi-committees work, and we've had feedback from a journal. Now the idea is to go into the details of how the platform works. So Raphaël is in charge of the platform at the CCSD. So I'm not allowed to move too much. Anyway, hello everybody. So we're going to talk about Episciences concretely, the software offer. So Episciences, it's an innovative model. It's open access science with a publication platform that is open access. It's open to all disciplines, mainly for sciences, IT, applied maths, and human and social sciences, but we're open to all other disciplines. And of course, we want to open up our perspectives further. There are journals that have migrated. There are newly created journals. We can import articles into open archives and publish them if they already exist, so that they're still available. Open access, this is a diamond, the diamond model. The financing is academic. And we can say that it's a mixture, a marriage between the golden and the green models. Often the journals are available in open access mode, and then the articles are filed in an open archive so that they can then be published on the platform. So for the scientific journal model, so it's an overlay model. We add a layer of services as part of the open archive, and this service is based on HAL, archive, and Zenodo. We're going to be adding View Archive and NArchive. So this is a pre-publication service to begin with, and then reviews have to be simple and blind because the documents are available publicly already, so we can't have double-blind approaches for the platform. You can also have an open peer review option, or this can be based on an a la carte basis, and the reports can be anonymous or with a name. And with respect to the characteristics, everything is accessible online. All of the versions are available online. Different versions are available. You can see how the documents are worked on from preprint to the published version via the different intermediary versions with the different corrections, and see how the articles have evolved. So whatever happens, even if the platform disappears, the articles will remain in the open archive, so you can continue to access them. And once the article is published, you can update in the open archive even after publication. You can continue, therefore, the process of scientific conversation via the open archive, and the journal can also decide to update the publication of the online article and put another version of the article online. So Episciences, just a few quick figures. Today, 10,600 submittals for 6,500 reviews with a certain number of publications that are on the publication, but some were published with other publishers as well. So 26 reviews, we've got about 30 by the end of the year. And if we look at the share in terms of open archives, mainly we've got archives with a number in HAL, 44%, and a small minority at Xenodub, but this is an open archive that was added recently. So that represents, in 2021, 500,000 journals, not just on the Episciences platform, they're also available on the open archive, so you can find them in two different places, basically. So how does it work? Very quickly, therefore. So what's the workflow? So we start with a preprint in an open archive. So we've seen this already. Once the preprint is online, the author has to submit it to the scientific review process based on the open archive. So they just copy-paste the new version. The metadata is recovered so that there is no double entry, and then there's the usual scientific work that is carried out. The editorial committee decides on the reviewers and starts the review process, which may lead to new successive versions, and then an open archive may be filed with different proofreading levels. If the article is refused by the journal, then it remains in the open archive. It can be proposed, offered to another journal, because maybe it just doesn't correspond to the editorial line of the journal. Once it's accepted, the page layout is done, there's a copy editing phase, and it's filed in the open archive, and then it's published on Episciences. Once it's there, then we update the metadata automatically by adding the DEA, which is managed by Episciences, the volume, the name of the journal. Everything is recovered so that the reader has access to that information. So the software offer, it's an open access software, has been open access since 2020. There's different software suites, in fact, that were developed. So we're modernizing the application. We've got different bricks with different features, different functionalities. So there are quite a few people who work on this. There are different components, but the main developers who contributed are Kilimoiseau, Jenna Chipot, and another person, and all of these components are available online with the possibility of offering changes to functionalities or bug reports, etc. So one example of the performance chart, you can see that you can manage all of the process for the review publication with different specific aspects. So with respect to the management of these journals submitted, it's also possible to link data sets to publications and to software, so via HAL, for example. It's also possible to generate a certain number of personalized reading grids for the journal, so on an a la carte basis. So these reading grids are personalized. You can choose what you want in them. And there are other functionalities. 93 models are available, so you've got different possibilities available in French and English. There is a reminder system for reviewers who are behind with their work, and then there are DOIs allocated. Here's an example of an article published by Epica. So if you see a little button, when you click on this, you download the article in HAL. Here it's hosted on in the open archive, and then it's presented to the readership as if it's an article hosted by the journal, and in fact it's in the open archive.
I'll talk about projects underway very quickly. One of the main projects underway right now is Open Air Lexis that's allowed us to put Episciences in the EOSC marketplace. We work with Zenodo, Open Agraph, and others, as you see on the slide. This is financed by the European Union. Examples of functions that have been added to this project: it's the automatic enrichment of the document with the authors. This was published in 2006. At the time, it wasn't possible to add this information. It was done automatically after, with the process developed in this project. It allows us, this open air project, we can talk about the semantics and the metadata of the article. There's also financing. There are 3 sources of financing for the publication. This was automatically recovered. They don't have to be input. It's thanks to Open Air. Other examples, through Scroll Explorer, we can automatically add data sets or documents that mention the publication, and sources of data in this example of, for instance, here, 95 documents that mention this article. So this is data that's automatically recovered from Open Citation. Another project underway is the Halloween project. And here we want to improve interactions between HAL, Episcience, and so it's possible to automatically notify HAL when a preprint on HAL is published in Episcience. So we can automatically add the metadata with a protocol that's standardized and by COAR, and then we'll add something in the other direction. HAL will be able to notify an Episcience journal that a preprint's proposed for publication, and it will make it possible to facilitate the work of researchers by proposing preprints to scientific journals that are on the platform. Another project underway and coming projects, we're going to improve the interconnection between software heritage and Episciences, and we want to go even further with this interconnection with software heritage. So we'll have functions that can add data to enrich the evaluation offer of Episciences by adding software, data sets, or a preprint. Very soon, we'll be adding bioarchive and meta-archive. For 2023, and the CCSD will be redoing websites for the reviews. We'll work on the ergonomics, the customer experience of the platform and accessibility. We'll also have a new tool for the Episciences documentation. Céline Barthonnat worked on this project, and also the evolution of the authentication server, which will be common with the CCSD platform, and you can use ORCID, the Federation Open Air, enriching the editorial services on the platform, thanks to financing from the CNRS that will allow us to multiply the functions around peer review. So automatic referencing of the bibliographies and opening of citations of quotes, and the connection between HAL and Episciences with the notify protocol, better integration of other objects associated with the articles, data sets and software. There are other actions linked and developed in the action plan for 2023, and they're more associated with the service offer. Céline Barthonnat has set up a whole substantial service offer for Episciences. And so I invite Céline up now to talk about it.
Merci beaucoup, Raphaël.
Thank you, Raphaël. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure now to present the service offer before the break. So just a few minutes of attention, please. The service offer was developed with the Episciences team. There are 8 of us every day working with the editorial teams from the journals on the platform. At the CCSD, there are 4 of us, Raphaël Tournoy, who's in charge of the platform, Julien Charles and Jamed Shiban, the developers, and myself. I'm an editor in charge of publication and social and human sciences and all of the cross-cutting editorial activities. At Inria, we work with 3 people in charge of the publication. They work with informatics and applied maths journals, Hélène Lovinger, Emmanuel Perrin, and Catherine Scoton. And at the Fourier Institute, we have Ariane Roland in Grenoble in charge of working with the maths journals. We also work with a range of different contact people that are essentially researchers, but also professionals of technical and scientific information and legal experts. We also work with mostly with the people in charge of the journals, the chief editors, the other editors, scientific editors, and we'll talk about this during the round table after the break with the authors who put their article in the open archive, the rereaders, people who work in copy editing in the journal, or we have service providers, freelancers who can do this. So sometimes the editors in the publishing houses, Inalco, Slovo, and Société Plurielle are on the platform. So our contacts, as you can see on this map, are across the world. Stéphane Druel talked about this earlier and said that the drafting committees, editing committees were there across the world. So our main working language is English and French with the Francophone journals. I also wanted to indicate that the showcase website in French and English will soon be available in Spanish and Portuguese. So to build a surface offer, what's important is to take into account different elements to meet the needs of the journals and the editorial teams. So for this disciplines, for STM and SHS, technical medical sciences and human and social sciences. So sometimes we have to take it to account in SHS. We won't have the same needs for an economics or an article and an article on archaeology. For time limitations, we have limitations you do, we do. We don't necessarily have the same time limitations at the same moment, so we have to adapt. Sometimes there are federating scientific events that mean that we publish a special issue for that event. For the formats, we work with different formats. LaTeX, mostly for maths and informatics and applied mathematics journals. There can also be LIB, open formats, DogMacX. All of this is transformed into PDF. The PDF is what's used and consulted, and we're also thinking of another open possibility. For the appropriation of the platform, for use of the platform, not everyone has the same technical level. Some are just starting on the platform. Some use it every day. I think of the JT Chem teams that really use the platform really well. We don't work the same way when we put a journal, when we publish a journal once a year or once a month, so we don't have the same needs at the same times. Of course, we have to take into account the desires for evolution, either the technical evolution for the platform, improvements, and also evolutions in terms of publishing, and we're here to work on all of these points. So we want to be as close as possible to needs and to the users. For this, as we saw earlier, we have devoted editorial and technical teams, and we also work in a cross-cutting way for referencing and improvement of the platform. We also try to constantly improve our tools that we're proposing to you. And so in 2022, last year, we essentially worked on reworking documentation in Feed the Doc. It's English and French, and a tool that we hope will simplify your research work and simplify on our side the updating and the feeding. In 2023, in the CCSD, we brought on board our team, Pascal Vidot, an engineer, who's going to help us explore new types of training to meet your needs. And upon request, the journal editorial teams can set up individual training programs through video conferencing to work on a specific point. Could be a technical editorial point or just on the use of the platform. And to collect and analyze needs, we use a ticket system on GitHub, and we can also receive requests for new functions. We do targeted surveys with some journals or editorial teams, and each month we meet on a video conference with the teams from Inria and the Fargier Institute. So here's an example of work that we did, the reworking of our showcase website. So I went into the archives of the website, and you can see how things have changed over the last 10 years. This project was done with the communication department of CCSD, Agnès and Marianne, and which involved the editorial teams of the journals. So it was quite a long-term work with an external team to redo the website. The objective was to make the governance and functioning more clear for users, including the editorial model and the economic model while presenting the service offer, and at the same time, visibility of the publications. This is an important element for the specifications on the redesign of this website. So here's an example, a screenshot. This was the first episcience.org website presenting the platform. It was already bilingual. The two versions are on the same page. It was very textual, as you can see. It was quite austere. The site, in order to update it in 2021, 2022, it was quite heavy. The code was getting old and it wasn't practical. And so we went to something a lot more graphic, a lot clearer. That really allowed us to highlight our services and what we're doing on the website. This was done by an agency called Donka in Lyon, integrating the graphic charter that was also redone at the 20th anniversary of HAL. So we did this on all of the CCSD websites. The catalog of journals, a very important point, which was done when we redesigned the site. We wanted to make the journals more visible on Episciences, so it was really important to have a catalog that presents each of the journals in a harmonized way. We worked to ensure, and I really harassed some of the editorial teams. I thank them for playing the game at the end of 2022 to send me structured data, which allowed us to set up these files with the bibliographic information of the journals and all of the data, metadata in the reference bases. So we work in a cross-cutting way in the 3 epi-committees to reference the journals on the different platforms. We have disciplinary platforms, DBLP for informatics and applied maths, ZB Math, ERI Plus, Isidore for human and social sciences, and the cross-cutting directory of open access journal. We also signed a partnership at the end of 2021 with Mirabel, which allows us to declare the journals on Mirabel and the dissemination criteria in Sherpa Romeo. And to finish, I wanted to present the Episciences project, a copy editing offer for publications. So this is work that we're going to do in 2023 and 2024 to develop a solution to editorialize the text in order to prepare the articles. The aim is to produce structured articles aligned on editorial standards that are accessible to the public and that are interoperable with open archives and reference databases. So it's very ambitious. It will take place in 2 steps. Firstly, designing generic layouts, one LaTeX and the other InDesign compatible, developed by the digital document pool in Caen, and establish specifications making it possible to call on publication professionals to prepare the copy, do the rereading, and the layout. The aim, as you've heard several times in the presentation before me, is to work with you in the delicate work of copy editing that's quite a big job for journals, and we want to see how we can improve this to have high-quality publications and high-quality journals on our platform. To summarize, the service offer is designed with and for editorial teams. It evolves, it's scalable, it's as close as possible to needs and uses. And you can ask us any questions that you have. Thank you. Thank you, Céline. So I propose that we take a break now before we continue with a roundtable discussion. Céline, how long are we? A 20-minute break. Thank you.
Et. Non, c'est bon. Et. Mais.
Eh bien, rebonjour.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to finish this first half day with a roundtable discussion. It was prepared, and it should have been facilitated by Julie Duracchini, a research engineer at the Jean Pépin Center, who unfortunately cannot be with us today, and to whom we send our most positive thoughts. The roundtable discussion today is looking at the at different journals, the way they work, and their use of the Episciences platform. I'm delighted to welcome 6 colleagues around me who are involved at different levels in one of the journals present on Episciences. To begin with, Benoît Claudon. I'm discovering people as we go. We've exchanged by email, but I've never met Benoît, who's a professor at the University of Rennes and member of the monitoring committee for the EPIC Journal of Algebraic Geometry. It's called EPIGA. Marianne Maisonneuve, who's in charge of research at the CNRS in the Geography Cities unit, and she's the editor-in-chief of Analysis of Networks for Social Sciences. ARCS, and Maureen Montagnat, who's the Director of Research at the CNRS, Institute of Geoscience of the Environment, in Grenoble, co-founder and technical editor of the Journal of Theoretical, Computational, and Applied Mechanics, GTCAM. Murray Elder, who's a professor of mathematics at the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia, co-managing editor of the Journal of Groups, Complexity, Cryptology, JGCC, and I think he's going to explain what the G means in the acronym. Stéphane Midius, who's a professor of theoretical computer science at the Friedrich Alexander University in Erlangen, Nuremberg, editor-in-chief of Logical Methods in Computer Science, LMCS. And finally, Pablo Ruiz, who's a professor at the University of Strasbourg in Linguistics, Languages, and Speech, LILPA, co-editor of Towards Robotics for Translation in the Journal of Data Mining and Digital Humanities, JDMDH. So with the organizing committee, we thought about setting up this roundtable discussion as a moment of discussion and sharing between different journals with different facets of diamond open access publishing, as is done currently on Episciences. With the 6 journals presented here, half of them are native journals on the platform. So we're going to look at each of them to try to understand what brought them to select the overlay model, and more particularly Episciences, and explore the way they function without trying to hide the difficulties that they have, and looking at possible avenues for improvement. For this, we've selected 3 topics: creation and operation of the journals, communication, dissemination, copy editing, and financing. And each time, we've proposed to 2 journals to look at these topics in depth. So we'll place the context for the journalists, and then I'll ask them to answer 3 questions associated with the topic, and then we'll take some discussion time before we move on to the next topic. After the 3 themes or topics, we'll have a more general discussion. So the first topic concerns creation and functioning or operation of the journals on Episciences. So we called on 2 different journals, mathematics on one side and human and social sciences on the other side, and also because of their type of production. So the first one I'd like to present is EPIGA, the EPIC Journal of Algebraic Geometry. It's managed by EPIGA and represented by Benoît Claudon, who is one of the managing editors. So it was created natively on Episciences, and it mostly publishes in English, but it also accepts submissions in French. They publish 1 volume per year with 20 to 25 articles. Since its team was created, they've received many articles, 126 accepted. So it's quite a substantial team with 17 people that are involved in creating the journal. A revision publication team with 12 mathematicians, the supervisory committee of 4 people, and a professional independent whose profession is publishing. And then we have the journal called ARCS, Analysis of Networks for Social Sciences. So it's a journal that's in geographic city, and they look at the analysis of networks in social sciences. It was natively created on Episciences since 2017, with the first period of activity between 2017 and 2020, and then it stopped because they didn't receive contributions, and then they started again in July of 2022. So I had actually was behind pushing the opening of the journal again, so they accept contributions in English and French, and they get most of their contributions in French for the time being. So there are thematic chapters, and they've had 10 publications between 2017 and 2020, 4 articles and 6 literature reviews. Since last year, they've been evaluating 7 articles, a translation and a report. The team has 3 editors and 7 people on the editing committee. So why did you choose Episciences? So I'll ask this question to Benoit first. Because it was there. I knew Jean-Pierre de Mailly. He was a professor of mine. And I worked at the Institut Fourier in Grenoble, so I heard Jean-Pierre talk about this project a lot. It wasn't called Episciences yet. It stayed in my mind. And one day in Nancy, I was in a cafe and we were talking with a colleague, Pierre-Emmanuel Chapeau, who also works with the journal. And we decided, we said, okay, this project exists, why don't we try it out? So it very quickly became a twofold idea to create an open access journal in mathematics. There were already some that existed, and the practice of mathematicians to pre-print on open archives was already well known. But we wanted to create a new journal, and at the same time tried to raise awareness about this project, Episciences. That was our initial motivation. And I think maybe that we still talk about it on the description of our journal. We wanted to try to promote Episciences, to say it works, and we can publish journals on the platform. And that was one of our main motivations. So we had a group of research group at the CNRS that was financed for several years on the analysis of networks in human and social sciences. So we wanted to create a journal, a francophone journal, because on networks, there are already analysis of networks. There are already quite a few internationally. So we felt there was a need to work on this at a national level, to bring together work from different social sciences work. So with a methodological aspect, so we decided to share the data, etc. And so at that time, we thought of open publishing. It's very used in human and social sciences. Open Edition, the French platform, it's quite recognized. But they said to us that we already had to have a journal that had started with at least 1 or 2 editions that had been finalized, and we didn't have that. So it was at that time that Laurent said he heard about Episciences. I don't know exactly how.
Thank you very much. So second question, can you tell us how the editorial work is carried out in your respective journals, and what are the specific requirements and constraints induced by the choice of the overlay model? Marianne, would you like to answer? So, as you've said, there were 2 periods. During the first period, well, things didn't really take off. I think we weren't really familiar with Episciences. We didn't know how to use the functionalities. So we didn't know how to use the platform properly, to be honest. And we wanted the reviews. Well, we had a big committee because there were lots and lots of people. But in reality, lots of decisions were taken about how the journal should operate. And we decided that we would have a double-blind model. So we didn't want to ask authors to put their articles on HAL if we wanted to keep them anonymous. So we didn't really exploit all of the possibilities Episciences offers. There were some interesting articles that appeared. We'd set rules, lots of rules, to prevent clientelism, cronyism. But inside the committee, we had lots of French speakers who worked on social media analysis. And we think that this kind of put the brakes on the startup. And then there's the question of multidisciplinarity. So we've got journals in human and social sciences that are specific to each discipline, and that's considered to be of high value. And that's probably one of the reasons why, when you asked us to relaunch things, we thought about things again. We consulted everybody, and people said that it was a shame that things hadn't continued. So we opted for a new format. We used the functionalities of the platform more and more, and we wanted to put a stop to the anonymity. And of course, for the reviews, it depended on the choices made during the review period. So the committee became a lot smaller as well. So we decided that it would be better to move forward to have a smaller committee. And there was a first special issue that was published. This is based on proposals that we hadn't had before. And things got off to a better start. So I'm very happy to hear that you got back in the saddle. And with all of these additional constraints that I gave you, so no single blind model, you got back into the saddle and things took off. What about you, Benoit? How are things going? Yeah, good. Good. Filing in archive, that was something that the authors did. The articles were there. Now, with respect to the use of the platform itself, I think that most of the exchanges are via the platform. Sometimes it's easier to use the mail system to get a quick opinion rather than forcing somebody to create an account. So sometimes we, the publishers, the editors don't use the platform for quick exchanges. So we find that the use is fairly widespread. It works perfectly. And the simple blind model, the single blind model, I think that's the only process used by mathematics journals. I don't know any other. I've never seen a mathematics journal where it was a double blind model, so it's fairly natural. We felt at home with it. Great. So that was my third question, so you've already partly answered that. So the single blind review, so it's the names of the authors that are known to the reviewers. That's not something that's commonplace in all disciplines, is it? So you've got open archives, that's why you know the name of the author. So this kind of review then, how is it addressed by authors? How do they feel about it? So it's part of the way the community works in mathematics. They're used to filing articles in an archive. What about HAS? If you're filing in HAL, you've got your author's name that is known to the reviewers. Isn't that a bit of a revolution? In fact, I wouldn't really know what to say to that. I'm not sure that that's the strangest thing. It's more the idea of actually filing your article in HAL when it's finished. whether it's anonymous or not when it's being reviewed, I don't think that's the most difficult thing. It's more the idea of filing it. Once it's filed, once it's in there, then you wonder about whether you can submit it elsewhere. So that's a question. And perhaps it's going to be a good idea to prepare the authors better. They write the name of the journal on their file, whereas the idea is, you know, as long as it's not accepted, it shouldn't appear, the name of the journal. So we need to work on that a bit more. So there is some work to be done. Benoit, did you want to add something about the single blind model? No, I don't think so. I think I've said everything. So it's something that is well rooted for you. Yes. Okay, we can open up to the public in the room. Do you have any questions about this theme, creation and running of journals? Do you have any questions for us, for our colleagues? Please use a microphone. We're going to be recording you and translating you. Everything is being picked up and everything is being simultaneously translated, which is why we need the microphone. So can I invite you to introduce yourselves, please? Hello. Irini Paltini-Sargalou-Logos. I work at the CNRS. I work in the research division. I have a question. It's a fairly short question. So the researchers put the name of the journal where their article is going to be published, they hope. Do they also indicate that it's a preprint, or do they consider already that it's an article that is already being published in the journal? I think we've had different cases. Unfortunately, we had support from Céline because we had quite a lot of contributions all in one go. And according to the case, sometimes they thought that they had to put the preprint in. Sometimes they thought it was the final article. It really was, you know, varied, the approaches adopted by the authors. Is this something that you see normally in all epi-science journals, or is it just a one-off kind of thing? This is what I'm not really understanding. I would say that it's not as frequent as that. In other words, if the journal has clearly defined and put on its site the rules for the authors, the procedure, the way things work, then we don't have problems unless, you know, they haven't read the rules completely. And sometimes it can be an error when the article is being filed in HAL. And, you know, sometimes it's like putting the cart before the horse. You know, there's the pre-publication that exists and there are rules for that. So you've got the whole team, the support team as well that's there, and then you've got house moderation. And thank you to the colleagues at the CCSD. They do all the moderating, people who check that, you know, everything is put on as a preprint. It's not an article in a journal that's already been published. And so then they, you know, they have to write to the authors to say, no, we can't put the cart before the horse as long as it hasn't been reviewed and it hasn't obtained the acceptance for publication. Yes, hello. I have a question for Benoit. I'm part of the Episciences team. So it's about your relationship with the copy editor. Do you have an association? How does it work? Well, there is an association. It's existed right from the start. We created this association so that we could have the title. And for 6 years, we operated, you know, it was us that did the copy editing. This is one of the things that we have to discuss. And I think in all publishing fields, that is the big question that comes up. So we obtained financing from the FSSO, and we were able, therefore, to use the association, which up until now, well, the treasurer had very little to do. So a budget with zero, basically. So that required a very short report. So we were a bit worried, in fact. We wondered whether the association, from a legal point of view, would be able to obtain the funds, because the Lorraine University and that's where the team was mainly based in Nancy. So the Lorraine University suggested helping us, but a university can't give money for this kind of enterprise. And as part of the FNSO, it was possible. And so the money was put into the account, and the money is used mainly to pay that person. And so the person has been paid for the last 6 months now. Marianne. Olivier Faugeras. We'll pass you the microphone. Please wait for the microphone. Yes, I have a question for you. So I've seen that there's a monitoring committee. What is a monitoring committee or a follow-up committee? It's the little core of people in Nancy. One is now in Rennes, one of those people. That is the core team that had the idea of launching the journal. So we were the ones who contacted people to become editors. So it was important to start the journal that people became editors, people who were already well known had to be chosen. So that's what we did. We put forward the project to the EPI-committee, and we're still around to help with the day-to-day operation of the journal if there are problems. There was a question about the editorial committee. The structure is given on the journal site, so there are two separate jobs. The editors do their work, and we're there to, when an author doesn't know where to put something, we're there to help with that kind of question. So there were 3 of us who did the copy editing for the first few years. Thank you very much. I don't know whether there are any other questions. Perhaps one last question from the room. Yes, thank you. Vincent Akari. I'm also in charge of the GSTEM. I have a question about creation. When we wanted to start, we said there were 2 options. Either we find somebody who's very well known in the area that can promote the journal and invite their colleagues to come along, or we work with scholarly societies, and it didn't work at all. In your case, did you work with scholarly societies, with people who are well known, or did you just kick off that way? We opted for the first idea. Well, I gave you the history earlier on. There were lots of people who were involved in the first version, as I said, perhaps too many people, because we didn't really want people who were involved in that organizational aspect to publish. So maybe that put the brakes on our efforts. But then we decided to work on the special issue idea, and we had some sociologists who organized a study day, and we decided to make the most of that by proposing a call for articles, and that kind of let things take off. And that's how we started to work. But given that, you know, we've got more of a French-speaking community, we didn't. So we got people in Switzerland, we got French speakers in other countries as well, but we didn't really, you know, follow that logic of bringing in big stars right from the beginning. And just to add to that, you were saying earlier on that in mechanics, the societies didn't say what the titles were. In maths, it's the same, except for the SFM, which continues to work with publishing houses, but the others don't. So there wasn't necessarily that possibility. Well, let's say it was a very small choice. It seemed easier to set up a committee with people who were more established, but also people who we knew, who we could contact directly. So it was more a question of facilitating the way we worked. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you for your contributions with respect to the creation and operation of these 2 reviews, mathematics and human and social sciences. Let's move on to the next theme now, the next topic on communication and dissemination. So for this second topic, we've decided on 2 reviews, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So with important questions about visibility and credibility in the disciplinary field. So GTAKE-CAM, Journal of Theoretical, Computational and Applied Mechanics. It's a theoretical mechanics journal, theoretical, digital and applied mechanics, so organized by Maureen Fonda, co-publisher. It was put in line in 2020, so it's very recent. It publishes only in English, and as the articles arrive, they're published. So about 10 articles are published a year. I think 20 have been published since the creation. 24, right? 24 are currently being processed, so I guess we're talking about 16, and 6 being refused. That's the information that I had. So in terms of the team, there's a technical board with 6 people. So I think many of them are here present in the room today for the Episciences discussion. There's an editorial board made up of 7 members, and then there's also a scientific advisory board with about 10 or so people on it. And then the second journal for this second topic is the JGCC, the Journal of Groups, Complexity and Cryptology. So represented by Merelder, who's one of the chief co-editors. It focuses on the theory of combinational computational groups, complexity theory and cryptology. It was created in 2009 under the title Groups, Complexity and Cryptology, and it arrived at Episciences in 2020. It's published only in English, and there's 1 volume that's published made up of 2 issues a year, so containing 6 articles. So there's an editorial board made up of 2 chief editors and 14 scientific editors. So I've got a first question for both of you to begin with. What is the overlay model? How does that change things with respect to dissemination problems for the journal? And tell us about that, you.
English. So the use of the overlay is very easy with archive. Mathematicians are very happy to use archive in general. And so the main issue for us is being indexed by the different, because we're fairly new, so we're not indexed yet by Scopus and World of Science. So that's putting off people from contributing. So when we were with De Gruyter, 2009 to 2019, we were averaging about 10, 12 papers a year, which is still quite small. And so it's dropped down, and we're doing everything we can to rally people around to submit, including the editorial board. We're trying to encourage us to contribute as well. I think a little bit different from what you said. So I think we'll get there. And so that's really the main challenge that we take. Using the system is quite effortless. It's great, really. The way that it's set up, and then it's mathematicians already post things on archive. I'll respond to what was said before. In the culture of mathematics, I think we do it to claim the result before anyone else can do it. You know, you might put it there at midnight, and then someone else will have it the next day or something.
So for us, I think that the overlay form appeared interesting for different reasons, because there's this question of durability. The articles, once they're there for a long time. Then it was fairly in line with the changes in terms of researchers' reviews, especially for the CNRS, where the approach was explained by Antoine Petit based on the cracks. I think the most important thing was the common side of the knowledge, creating something that was common, and the overlay model was in line with that idea. And then there was the fact that it's open to archive and HAL, and that was also important for our community. Thank you very much. Second question for you. How do you interact with your scientific community? And how do you promote the journal? Or how do you not promote the journal? Maureen. So we had a brainstorming session with the team, because with 4 out of 6 people. So this is a fairly difficult point, the question of communication and promotion. In France, we've got the support of the Mecamat Association. We've had that support right from the start. They're continuing to support us. We publish with them. Every 6 months we publish the lists of the new journals. And then we often present things at conferences and seminars. We do short presentations, so that's something that we do well. And now we're even being invited to do that kind of thing. So we try and disseminate what we have as much as possible. The main concern is international communication. In fact, to begin with, to create the journal, we created a steering committee. We went to pick up people all over the world for this. The idea was that these people should buy into the philosophy, creating commons, a diamond open access publication. So we tried to spread that idea to the scientific board and the editorial board. And for the moment, I have to say that people haven't all bought into it. So it's not we haven't got there yet, let's say. And so we want to, work on that culture, this way of publishing in our board, so that then they communicate. There are some very illustrious names in the board. So that's the negative side then. We've actually, we're on Twitter. We've been on Twitter since Elon Musk, even before Elon Musk bought it. So I think something that might help is maybe some kind of subscription system or some kind of dissemination letter. That's just one or a couple of ideas among many. Thank you. What about you? How do you go about this kind of thing, promotion?
There's several mailing lists in the community that we don't try and spam, so we don't want to come across as a journal from some unreputable third world country like Australia or somewhere else. So we try and maybe once a year sort of put something out, so I need to do that soon, across the various mailing lists that are there. We're also, it's quite a prestigious editorial board. I've only joined recently as kind of the young, energetic one, so I'm young. And the rest are quite senior people in the field, so that brings the good advertising really. And we've also had some publications from some of the top people in the field. So that's all a good thing. An idea we have, there's an annual conference called GACTA that's pretty closely aligned with the journal, and so we're thinking to try and get a special issue up, with that, just to get the word out there. But as I said before, until we get the indexing sorted, we're not really pushing it as hard as we could.
Ok, merci. Du coup, j'ai une troisième.
I have a third and last question, and then we can maybe open up the debate to the room. So again, we're talking about communication and dissemination. There is statistical information on the platform. How do you use that statistical information? If you use that statistical information, if you don't use that information, why don't you? And what would you like to have in terms of statistics? And here's a bonus question. How could we at Episciences help you better with your communication about your publications? I'll start. Well, the statistical data is used to communicate in our presentations. We add the number of articles being underway, ones that have been accepted, ones that have been refused, etc. So we use the statistics well, I think. The statistics we find useful. And then when we feel it's useful, if there's an RSS flow, for example, that might allow people to subscribe so that they can see what journals are coming out on a regular basis. So there are some practical tools that we need to set up. The mailbox, I'm perhaps a bit old-fashioned, I guess, but I guess people are working more with Instagram and Twitter more. But it's clear that for communication, what we need to focus on is international communication, and we have this impact factor as well. But we've thought about this, and we're not completely sure that we want to get into that system. And if you could get, promote ourselves without having to do that, it would be better for philosophical and ethical reasons rather than, you know, just focusing on numbers. But maybe that's just a pipe dream, I don't know.
I'll address that first, and then the question that in terms of funding support in different countries like Spain and Australia, we have to be playing these games. So it's really unfortunate, but people can't publish in unlisted, unindexed journals. So that's really sad, but that's the reality. We're not really using the statistical information because we have such small numbers. It wouldn't look so good if we put it out there. But yeah, in the future it'll be useful.
Ok, merci. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much. So just to go back to something that Maureen said, yeah, we need an impact factor for our journal for it to be better known. This, again, is still something that's predominant in our discipline. And as you would have seen in the presentation on the service offer, there's no Web of Science. You don't have all of these models that promote the impact factor for the very good reason that it's not something that we want to support. We want to provide support for open access. We want open science. We want a diamond model. All of these virtual models. So we support with the ODAGIS indexing with the different committee teams, the board teams, but we would not provide specific support for impact factors. But we do invite you. I think this is something that comes from the scientific communities. It has to come from the scientific communities. So, you know, the strength, your strength is to see how you can get organized and move towards more virtuous models. It's all very well saying it. It's never actually easy to put it in place, is it? But perhaps with a discussion together, we might come up with some ideas about how to rethink reviews as well. Reviews that we pay for. How can we quantify your editorial quality? That's something that we want to focus on because we believe enormously in this open science model, this top quality open science model. So we can support you with all of that. Anyway, let me open up to the people in the room. Laurence? Laurence Bénichou from the Museum Scientific Publications. I'd like to come back to this question of impact factor. It's easy to destroy it when you have one. It's easier to have an impact factor and sign the Aura Declaration. This is the easiest thing to do if we want to weigh in on our communities, inside rather than outside. So it's a good idea to encourage our colleagues to sign Aura. I also have a question for the panel about statistics or how you communicate with your authors. In terms of statistics, you were saying that you have articles, the number of articles accepted, the number of articles submitted, the number of articles refused. Do you also have publication times? Have publication times changed since you've been working on the overlay model or not? And does this have an impact on deadlines? Because, you know, that is the primary objective for preprints. And then, you know, that's what the community wants. It wants to, you know, make sure that work doesn't take up as much time. So the question of times, have they changed? And is there a big difference between the article submitted and the article that's actually published? What about the added value of the editor? Is it something that you can measure somehow? I can maybe answer that. Thank you very much for that question. I think it especially concerns us at GTCAM or JTCAM. We've got long times because of the copy editing process. And that's because we want a copy editing process that is of top quality. In other words, we revise the whole article, we proofread it, we look at the figures, we try and retrieve the data for the figures so that we can provide them as open data. So that's a protocol that we've been setting up right from the beginning, and it does slow things down a lot. Now, it's not because of us, I have to say. Matthias Legrand is in charge of copy editing. He goes about things fairly quickly. The problem is that the authors, they've got to then agree to the corrections that we suggest. That's what slows things down. And, we've still got this debate in-house. We haven't got to the end of it. We want to focus above all on quality. And I think that, we've got a great epi-science approach. We consider that we don't have to go too fast. We need to go according to our means. Perhaps, there are already lots of publications out there. Why should we focus on volume rather than quality? So we try to focus on this alternative model more than anything, but help with copy editing, that it's going to be essential when we increase that volume.
Anyone else can answer that? So we have a small number of papers, and the copy editing and linguistic check is just done by myself and the other native English speaker on the editorial board. So we're pretty fast, and maybe we should use that as a advertising tool. And in pure mathematics, it's like 2 years or something between submission and acceptance. So
we are not so slow. Donc on n'est pas si lent.
no, yeah, like Journal of Algebra or something like this. Yeah.
Alors juste, je précise que la troisième thématique, ça sera sur le...
The third topic is on copy editing and financing, so we'll come back to your question. You asked an early question for the third topic. If we talk about communication and dissemination, that would be better if we could take those ones, and then we'll take the copy editing question later. I have a question on statistics. I do the statistics by hand. Are they available directly for the people who are consulting the website? Yes. I've got good news for you. Yes, it's possible to make them accessible. We've worked on a development recently with our colleagues in charge of developing Episciences, Julien Charge, Jamel Chiban, and Raphaël Tournoy, who worked to make the statistics available if you want to do that. It's really in the configuration of the journal. So look at our great documentation that we've completely revamped. I didn't maybe do the page on statistics yet, but it will soon be online. I promise you that. In these statistics, do you have the number of downloads of the articles? You have that on the page of each of the articles. Okay, then clearly I don't know how to use the tools. But we'll have a little meeting to explain it all to you. Yes, you can get the information globally. So who's the most well-known author in your journal, for instance? But we can talk about that soon with you if you like.
That it would rely on all the editors and authors using the system rather than just emailing, which happens. So to keep the statistics accurate, where some people just submit to an editor and they keep it all in email, so that it's hard to find the submission dates and things like that for origin. So maybe that's just my journal, but that's an issue that we have.
J'avais juste un commentaire concernant les statistiques. Peut-être ce sera
I have a question about statistics. It would be good to have statistics on the affiliation of the authors. It's not easy to extract this information. The country of origin, where they work, and this for all of the articles. So that would be good to have this information for all of the articles that are published. So I invite you to send up that request. Any other questions? There's an underlying question with regard to the virtuous bibliography. The question is, how can we take over this again? How can we do global statistics that are virtuous and open with mentions of the journals. I wanted to say something about HAL, which is important for overlay. We have statistics, but we hardly ever refuse papers because they're on HAL, they're visible. So I've worked with other journals, or we get submissions that are not clear because they go through another archive system. So statistics are a bit biased. It looks like we accept a lot of papers, but we get a lot of good papers that are submitted to us for this reason. I don't see any other questions, so I propose that we move on to our third topic concerning copy editing and financing. This time we selected two journals that have been present on Episciences for a few years now that are used to proceeding to the own copy editing of articles, or they give it to the authors, or even more recently to a professional editor. So LMCS, Logical Methods in Computer Science, with the association that manages it of the same name, represented by Stéphane Milius, who is the chief editor. So it was Episciences put on in 2012. It was created in 2014. But maybe you could explain that to us more. You're published only in English, 4 issues per year, 1 per quarter with special issues. So this represents 100 to 120 articles per year, a substantial team with an editorial board comprising 45 experts, 2 chief editors per special edition, and 5 editors in charge of the page layout. And then GDMDH, Journal of Data Mining and Digital Humanities, which is a cross-disciplinary journal. Human sciences, social sciences, digital humanities, and text mining. It's put online in 2014. It's headed by ENEA. It's mostly in English, but some articles can be in French. There are thematic issues. And to date, 164 articles have been published. For the team, we have 3 chief editors and 2 to 4 scientific editors per special issue, including Pablo Ruiz, who's here, who is the co-editor of a number on translation robots that was published in 2023. So I have 3 questions for you. The overlay model, in your experience, is it an obstacle or an advantage in the preparation of articles and the editing quality? So Stéphane.
The overlay model for us somehow was there from the beginning, because, and maybe let me talk a bit about the history of the journal, because it was actually founded in 2004. So when we came to Episciences in 2015-16, that was already an established, very well-renowned journal. And so this was never a journal with a commercial publisher. So this was a community effort, if you wish, from the beginning. And actually it was founded by a couple of enthusiasts. So there was Jerzy Adamek, who was the founding editor-in-chief, and he approached 2 famous people from the community, Moshe Wadi and Gordon Plotkin. And they, together with Dana Scott, other very well-known person from the field of theoretical computer science, founded this journal in 2004. And so from the beginning, this was an overlay of archive, which is a preprint database. And so this was run with the Institute of Jerzy Adamek for some years. But then at some point, Jerzy retired. And then there was a system based on 2004 OGS, and we had to find a solution and move this to somewhere else, because it couldn't stay at this institute. And it was a 1-person system. There was a system admin who was building a lot of software around this old system. So in 2016, we moved to Episciences, and then with the overlay model. So this was, for our journal, always natural. So there never was anything else than overlay. There was a bit of a problem when there was the move, because previously the articles that were submitted weren't public. So articles entered archive after acceptance. So the previous system, the whole peer review was done kind of privately, and then after acceptance, articles entered archive and were then published in a journal. So that changed with the move to Episciences. And there was a bit of concern by some people, but we actually convinced all the decision makers at LMCS that we would go with the Episciences model and having also the submitted articles published on archive prior to submission. There's still sometimes authors who aren't comfortable with this, and for those we allow an exception that they say, okay, so in that case, you can handle the process, peer review process offline, and your article may enter the public domain archive after acceptance. But this happens very rarely, I would say maybe once every 2 years now, and it's becoming more and more rare.
Is that on your webpage, or that option?
No. So that's another point. Essentially, we want the submitted articles to be on the public repository, and so we kind of demand this from authors that they put it on archive, and only if they really don't want to do it and explicitly say we're really uncomfortable, then we might allow an exception.
Merci. Pablo?
Oui, je ne pense pas.
I don't think that the overlay model is an obstacle for the quality of articles, given that the first version submitted is public. The authors want to submit a good quality article from the get-go. That's what I would say about that. So it comes back to what Vincent Egari said from JT Chem, that there were very few articles refused because the articles that are submitted are already of very good quality. The fact that you're making it public, that your name is associated with it immediately, it's public, people can read it. People want to give the best of themselves. So it's a real virtuous model, which is a great thing. That was the objective. So I propose that we move on to the next question, the economic model of your journals. Could you say a few words about the economic model for LMCS? Has this model varied over time? Your journal has existed for many years now. Has it changed? We're talking firstly about the economic model and then about the financing.
Yeah, so let's say it's changing right now, at least as concerning financing. I mean, essentially, the journal is completely for free. So in the beginning, 2004, everything was done by volunteers. And so that was actually one of the reasons why the journal was founded, because we were at the time telling ourselves, okay, so the scientists are already doing almost everything for the journal for free. Like the whole peer review process, the editors work for free, the reviewers work for free. In theoretical computer science, and I guess it's the same in mathematics, people do the typesetting themselves. So we were asking, so what are the publishers actually doing for the lot of money that they still receive? And we thought, well, they just put a logo there and they make it available. This was a bit naive, so we came to realize that there's actually quite some work involved. But yeah, it could be done with volunteers, like the copy editing. We had one person at the Institute of the founding editor-in-chief who was doing this for a long time. And then, yeah, as there were more and more papers, we needed more people. And so right now, there's still volunteers. So that's postdocs and PhD students who do this. And I mean, if you do the math, 120 papers per year, we have 5 people. So that's 20 per person, which is once every 2 weeks an article. So it's a bit of work. And actually, they let the authors do most of it, and more or less see to it that the articles are in order, and that the journal logo is there, and that it looks nice. And so that's what they're doing. And so concerning the economic model, we were trying to operate with zero money for a long time. So we've got an association and which has received over the years a couple of donations, but this is not a steady stream of income so far. And so we can't really pay anyone on a regular basis for this. But as I said, this is going to change right now, because there's initiatives going on in Germany, where I'm based, where people are trying to form consortia of libraries and public institutions who would come together and then finance a couple of journals, like for example in theoretical computer science and math. And so this might change the economic model in the sense that there could be some income with which we could pay, like for example, a copy editor to relieve our volunteers a bit.
Merci beaucoup. C'est le projet Koala, c'est ça dont vous parlez?
Is that the Koala project that you're talking about for copy editing?
Merci. Pablo?
Pablo, can you talk to us about the economic model of JDMDH? So I can talk about the special issues that I've participated in this special issue with 19 articles, 5 in English, the rest in French. The articles came from a conference, and we were financing the copy edit with the funds from the conference. There was 87,000 words. The copy editing was done by one editor. We were put in touch with her by Marceline. This is my experience. It's a concrete case. Since all the articles were presented at the conference financed it, and so it's a way of investing, of covering some of the costs. It's something that can improve the quality of the articles also. I have another question. Have you considered, before publishing the work of the conference on Episciences, did you contact a publishing house to have something more formal? Several options were considered. We decided to publish on Episciences. It was a good investment. So because the platform is free, with the services that are provided, it was it allowed us to do the copy editing and improve the quality of the articles this way. So would you do this again? Would you recommend it to other colleagues? Yes, it's quite interesting. Another thing that was quite good, when some of the authors had doubts on the editorial teams with Céline from Episciences, they helped us when there were some questions, some doubts concerning the process to file the articles. It's not always very clear. So it was a bit more complicated than with an open archive. My last question concerning the financing. So we'd like a bit more information. Does the journal have financing, regular financing, exceptional financing? If yes, what? Can you tell us a bit about that? And how are these funds used if you get them? You started talking to us about that, Stéphane, but we'd like a bit more information if possible.
So, so up to now, we don't have regular income. So we received over the number of years a couple of donations, which are a couple of €1,000, with which we save more or less, for, let's say, for bad times, and also for some costs, like we still have a domain which is different than the Episciences one. And we had, for some time, we had costs for DOI registration with Crossref. So we were using these funds for that. Now, with the Koala project, if this financing model works out, we will have for the next 3 years, 24 to 26, an income, a yearly income, which will allow us to hire 1 or 2 student assistants who will then take over the copy editing. So that's how we calculated the money. So we already hired 1 student assistant now, which is paid out of funds from my institute. And so with the experience we have with this for the last half year, I would say this, a person working for, I think it's 8 hours per week. This covers about, let's say, a little less than half the copy editing we have overall. So we think that with 2 people, essentially our volunteer copy editors, they would still be there, because there's also a lot of tooling for the copy editing around, but they would more have a supervisory function and not do the actual papers anymore. Yeah, so the Koala funding, if it comes, it's in the order of a couple 10,000 euros, so that it pays for easily pays for 2 student workers.
Merci.
I participated in the coordination of a special issue. I don't have any information about how it's run in general. So we regularly see on the site that call for donations that we publish a lot of special issues, but I don't have any information on the existence of financing. Tomorrow there's a presentation on JDMDH. Yes, Laurent Beaumarie is going to make a presentation of JMDH, and we can ask him the question then. It's a bit of a teaser for tomorrow's presentation. It is possible to get this financing. I'm going to change the question a little bit for you, for your specific case of that special issue. There were 4 of you, I believe, scientific editors working on this issue. And Bayo, I think, who's one of the scientific editors, is a member and editor on JDMDH, and she's also at Episciences. Yes, she's a member of the Epi committee, and I also think she's on the committee of our journal. So she's the one who proposed, rather than publishing in a publishing house, she convinced you to publish on the platform? Was it an idea that you got, the 4 of you together, or was it Anne who gave you this idea? Saying it could be possible, we could talk to Episciences, see if they could help us to find someone to do the copy editing? Yes, Anne, talk to us about the possibility. I had published in the journal a few years ago, and that's how we did it. So you were on the other side. You went from author to scientific editor of a scientific issue. That must have been interesting for you. So I propose that we take some questions now. We've got some time. More general questions, or we could come back to specific questions about the journal financing or copy editing. Maybe you want to talk about communication, dissemination. We can take all of the questions you have now. I'd like to come back to copy editing. There's something I haven't completely understood. You asked questions of the participants. They have sources, external sources of financing to pay the copy editors. I thought that Episciences could propose this service for free. Did I misunderstand? No, we can't propose it for free. Why? Because I'm the only editor and I can't do copy editing for 26 journals on the platform in all different disciplines. How unfortunate. However, what we propose is to put you in touch with service providers, with copywriting professionals, and depending on your demand, on your needs, they can work on the correction of articles, they can reread at an advanced stage. It really depends on the different types of rereading demands that we get. It could be simple, it could be a reading to do correcting the spelling and the typing, working on the layout. It could be something more advanced, because in the public scientific publishing in France, we're lucky to have editors in our institutes that are very well trained and who are very up to date on the disciplinary practices. So they could really do some detailed work on the content of the article. I'm speaking mostly of DSHS, so in the human and social sciences. But it's our job to put you in touch with people who can help you, who can do this work, to reread, to correct, to do the copy editing, to do the layout, and also to get in touch with the authors to make corrections. So we propose that service. We can work with you to understand your needs, your expectations, to put them in specifications, and then find editors, freelancers who could do the work. We cannot pay for that, unfortunately, but we already put you in touch with the right people. It's a real job. It's long, fastidious, it's necessary if you want to have good quality journals. So how to finance? There are several possibilities. So on this panel, we see that there are journals that are managed by associations. So it could be the fees paid by the members of the association that could finance the copy editors. So if you have journals that are well structured and where the publication of articles requires a certain number of signs or number of words, so you could decide on an annual budget. So we're going to publish X number of articles with X number of words. So we can then expect to be able to budget a price for the copy editing over several years. And this could be financed by the fees paid by the members of the associations managing the journals. We also have journals that are managed by labs. That's the case for RSCS. I don't know if there's an editor here, but at the CNRS, there are also editors in the labs, in the different clusters also. So they work on several journals, and they can do this work. For the SHS journal that I know well, it's possible to get in touch with INSHS from the CNRS. So if you have a project, you can ask them if they can give you some specific support, or maybe even a shared position. So we have a lot of support from our institutes in France and higher education, Ministry of Higher Education and Research, to work with journals on all of their editorial work. So we're lucky in that respect. And this allows us to do a good quality work at a scientific, but also at an editorial level. And you can also ask for subsidies. We can work with you for subsidy applications. And we worked with 3 journals last year. We worked with them because every 2 years there's a campaign, a subsidy campaign. And so we worked on the applications with them. GMEs, RSHS, and there was a third one. I don't remember which one. The Cahier Scientifique du Transport. So it allowed us to get to know them, to really get to know these three very different journals.
Dans leur manière de fonctionner.
Very different in the way they work, to understand what can be improved, to support them about how to go about things and to move them towards better quality, better editorial quality with respect to presentation, the way they present recommendations to authors. You know, the review grids have become public. We went through publication policies and published these. So publication policies, not in Sharpa Romeo and in the other ones. So it's also about making available publishing contracts. So we've tried to professionalize the journal. So it's very interesting, this work. I've discovered an awful lot of things in terms of needs, and which is good. And that brings me to the conclusion. This is what I was saying, you know, the more information we have, the better we will understand each other, and the better we will be able to support you. We will look for solutions with you. We will look for financial solutions so that you can have top quality publishing work, and that doesn't take too much time. So I have the impression, so all of that is very Franco-French, what you've just said, that the financing sources are Franco-French? Or are we talking about Europe? No, yeah, we're talking about Europe as well. Yes, we've already got financing on the platform. So for technical issues and development and editorial questions, these are things that we have to dig into a bit further. How do we work with Koala, with LMCS? We're looking into that to see how we can accompany you in order to obtain financing at European level, if not at international level. So the developments are technical above all for the moment, and we will be talking about what we can do internationally tomorrow. So this is more of a comment, but it ties in with the copy editing and dissemination. And so for MOS, Management and Organization of Sport, that journal, we're still working in French only. We've opened up a little bit to English, but we're not promoting it for the moment. And that's because of the copy editing question. We're afraid of being submerged, basically. So we're in this kind of vicious circle, let's say. We're not disseminating as much, therefore we're not as well known. And even if the objective is not to be indexed, you know, we've got our communities and they, you know, act as indicators. And the first thing that we hear from them is that, you're mainly French, you know, and that's important. So, you know, it's something that should lead to a different trigger. Yeah, just to come back to the questions of copy editing and professionalization, the difficulty that we have today is that when we're talking about the diamond model, we have to consider that there are two parts. There's a first part, which concerns intellectual production. That's the researchers' work, the authors, the referees. There's that intellectual production that is important and it's financed by the public. And then there's the professional side of things, the technical editors who do the copy editing, and they're often forgotten about. And then, you know, we realize at the last minute that that work has to be done, and it is a job, it is complicated. And in all of our establishments, whether we're talking about in France or international, we all have technicians, and we all have the ability to find in our establishments editing professionals who can be paid by the Institute so that that work can be done. And can I encourage you that intellectual production is followed by technical production, and that if we want to focus on the diamond model without professionalizing the technical side of things, we're not going to have the right kind of diamond model, and we'll have a problem with quality at the end of the day. Yes, I have a question. Have you estimated the costs of publication per publication? What is the cost price of a publication in your respective journals? Including the copy editing, of course. It all depends on what you mean. The researcher's time? Yes. Yes, the researcher's time, the copy editor's time, all of that. So you've got, so the reviewer has to work on the article, the copy editor. No, what's the difference between, you know, we're talking about APC costs, for example, up to 3,000. If we take, no, for those journals, do you do all of the reviewing? So that you don't take that into account then. What about what's paid for by the editors? It's an excellent question, but it's a difficult question to answer if you ask me. So let me just partly answer that. In our field, in mechanics, when you publish in a journal that's promoted by Elsevier or Springer, there's very little copy editing. So if as an author your paper is good, then it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. You know, if you've got bad quality figures, too bad. So the copy editing, it usually takes 10 hours per paper. And for an open review, it's 2 hours per paper. So you can calculate it in terms of researcher time. And that's what an editor is supposed to do. An editor is paid, but the editor doesn't do that very much. At Frontiers, copy editing is really minimalistic. And it's not just about looking at, you know, spelling mistakes in the figures or what have you. I can answer you. An engineer who, at the beginning of their career, costs 30,000 euros a year. And that kind of person produces 1,000 pages. That's the editing part, the technical side of things. So, the technical side of things, it's difficult to assess depending on what you want. If you give something to Elsevier and they don't do anything, then the APC is very expensive. If you give it to an in-house editor who does the structuring, who puts things online, who does the layout, it's not the same price. And it costs something like 30,000 to 40,000 a year for 1,000.
It does work. Yeah, on copy editing, I was talking to an associate editor at the American Math Society who used to work at Springer. She's a friend of mine as well, so talking to the devil. And she pointed out one thing to me, that with Stéphane's point that what do? We do all the work and you put your sticker on at the end. And she was saying the issue of accessibility is something that they're all talking about in Springer and Elsevier and AMS, that they have math jacks, and now AMS is, I just looked it up, it's a math viewer, which produces things which can be read online by people who are blind or vision impaired and things like that. So then that kind of freaked me out, because we are so basic that we don't have any of the resources for that. So it's just food for thought.
Yeah, that so the kind of copy editing that we do is pretty basic and simple. So in math and in theoretical computer science, the typesetting is done by the authors, and then there's not much that our copy editors do on top of it. But that's all a journal like ours can afford. I mean, like these extra added values, that would be completely impossible to do with having no resources essentially. Yeah, and then I agree with you that you actually need somebody who costs 40,000 euros per year to do that.
Juste pour compléter, je pense.
Just to add to that, I think that the proofreading time, it really varies enormously according to the discipline. I think in maths, it can go over 15, 20 hours of proofreading for one article. And if you multiply that by an hourly rate of a researcher, we're looking at huge costs. And then, of course, you know, it's all part of the job, isn't it? We're part of a community. We know that if we don't do it, it won't work. So I think we've got to look at things community by community to have some relevant information. It's pretty laborious work, if you ask me. Yes, hello, Thomas Guillemot. I work at PCI and at the Peer Community Journal. I wanted to come back to that question of copy editing, formatting, etc., and to the fact that in the diamond model, often the journals, they do what they can do. They don't deliver services because private publishers can provide those. But I have the impression that that's also the strength of the diamond model. If the diamond model were to set an obligation to provide services, copy editing services, formatting services, typesetting, etc., that would cost an awful lot, it wouldn't be a diamond model anymore. So that's what I'm thinking, and I'm not the only one. I'm not completely sure of what I'm saying, but I think it's a probability. So we need to be modest, we need to be humble when we think about the finished product. Because what's really important is the intellectual production. It's the fact that authors have produced an article that's been reviewed, and of course that's where you have to bring out all the stops, you have to provide good reviews, you have to ensure the productivity, but perhaps, you know, we need to be a bit modest about things as well. That's kind of the argument that I would defend. And now in terms of technical production, so that, you know, we don't have to run around afterwards to see what's possible among private publishers, because that would be very costly for the diamond model. And one example is full text HTML on websites. That's something that we've been hearing about all the time. So 6 diamond models. If if we want to move down that path, that we will be shooting ourselves in the foot, and obviously we can't do what Elsevier and Springer are doing. So I think we've got to be careful.
Yeah, these are interesting points. And I do side with you on the, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Florence. And it comes to the communication and reputation or quality of the journal. And I haven't really thought about it until coming here, that the scientific quality is super important for us to have our journal have a good reputation and good name. But if in the end it looks really crappy, people don't want to publish, and so I think it's something to, I don't know if it's 30,000 euro is something that we can afford, or if that's what it costs, but yeah, this is definitely food for thought.
Je voulais juste compléter en mathématiques, en physique et dans certains domaines de sciences et techniques.
Maths and in some science and technology fields, in biology in particular, the authors use LaTeX. And in these cases, generally, the finished products are really nice looking, without there being very much to do afterwards.
So I would tend to agree with that. So we also have LaTeX papers, and the quality of the final author manuscripts is pretty high. On the other hand, you need something so that it looks according to the journal and nice. And there's sometimes a couple of things to fix. So I think in our field there's not so much to do in order to have a very high quality, but there's a little bit, and I think we manage quite well with the modest resources we have. And but it's definitely a point to think about a little bit.
Moi, je veux bien intervenir aussi un petit peu.
So I would like to say something about that. So the question of costs is an important question. The problem that I've asked myself is whether I want my institution to provide that money to private publishers, or whether it wouldn't be better for my institution to recruit people. That's, you know, I don't know what all the obstacles are, what the limits are, but the CNRS becoming a publishing house and all the tools and with all the tools and services, and I'm not, that would make sense to me, but I obviously don't understand everything because it would be in charge of its own publications. So if we can finance people to do copy editing, that would be just perfect. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I will say something. Yes, so I am hearing the different arguments in our disciplines. We've got LaTeX, it's beautiful and it does the ticket. And Olivier saying, no, not really. So you've got the question of content and format. You can have something that's very aesthetically pleasing, but if the content, if it's badly written, if it's just not intelligible, that's not going to replace the copy editing work. So what are we moving towards? Well, the diamond model, it's publishing, it's open access publishing. It's of good quality and it's accessible to everybody. So if it's accessible to everybody and that's its aim, then it has to be intelligible. If it's to be intelligible, you've got to have professionals, you know, copy editing professionals who do the proofreading and who make the text intelligible. So it's all about this collective effort, this scientific research. So to move towards what Laurence was saying, you know, you didn't introduce yourself earlier on, so you work for the museum journal, but we'll find out more about you later on, won't we? You'll tell us more about what you do. So it's collaborative work that's leading us towards quality journals, articles, accessible to as many people as possible. So we're all here today to talk about that because we want to make articles more accessible. And now I can see lots of hands going up. Sorry, I didn't introduce my Dominique Bourguet, Inria, Peer Community Journal. So just to come back to that question, Céline, the content, isn't that not what the referees do? You know, to make sure that it's intelligible, it's up to the proofreaders, the copy editors. If it's not intelligible, it's up to the authors to do something about that. Copy editing for me is something different. It's all about the presentation. And for me, the two are separate. That's where I think it's different according to the discipline. In other words, I'm more familiar with human social sciences because I worked for many years in history and ethnology. So we spend a lot of time rewriting the text, working with the authors in order to make their text intelligible. Because it's not easy to write a scientific article. It's not easy to do. And we also try and support young researchers in their doctoral schools. We try and help them, train them. We try to provide them with support for their writing. And this means that we look at metadata. How do you write an abstract that has meaning? And that meaning has to be properly referenced. How do you choose the keywords? Even the title choice. To come back to my experience in this field. So lately there's been a trend to have a title that's a bit bling bling, a bit, it wakes people up. Yeah, that's great, but it's not good for referencing because it's just, it only resonates with some people. So I think it's better to have a title that's perhaps a bit flat, but does reflect what's in the article that's not quite as catchy. Yeah, sorry. Olivier Lagan, Inria, I'm a member of the steering committee. I'm really shocked. I think that it's not about writing instead of the authors. What about this question of getting into the content? We can't replace the authors. This can lead to a dangerous area. So I'm really shocked to hear about that. And secondly, as a French taxpayer, okay, institutions have the means to recruit people to do the job, obviously. But we need to be aware that this is work for the entire planet, you know. This is what we do when we review, obviously, but people need to be aware of it. Now, with respect to the content of copy editing, going further than what the authors do, I'm really quite shocked. That's not what I was saying, says Céline. And we can all be in the same room to talk about this and not agree. Yes, obviously, but that's not what I said. I didn't say that we're going to entirely rewrite the content. I said we support, and that's what it's all about. It's providing support to researchers. We work together. It's a collective effort because the object that we're editing, it's a collective work. I never said, and I would never rewrite somebody's scientific article. You know, I haven't done all of these years of, they don't do all their years of research so that we rewrite their work. We're there to provide help. We're there to make sure that the authors can express themselves clearly, can say what they have to say. So maybe I didn't express myself properly because you obviously misunderstood me. Yes, I'm from the Inria. Sorry. I'm in charge of the scientific publishing group, and I am in charge of a cross-cutting committee. We've got different journals, and the managing editors cannot review genetics journals. Even some editors have difficulty reviewing articles. You have to be a specialist of the area. I'm the chief editor for Sciences des Territoires in French, and I certainly wouldn't rewrite somebody's article. I can improve an abstract, I can put forward proposals, but I can't change the content. That's not my role. It's the role of the author and the role of the corrector. I think there's a problem. There's been a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the difference between the content and the format. When I read a novel, if there are two words that have been turned around, I won't even realize that because I'm just carried away by the meaning. So I don't see that there's a problem. If there are letters mixed up in a word in a novel, you won't see it because your brain's just going to put them in the right letter because you're carried along by the meaning. When I'm correcting taxonomy, and I'm a historian. I don't understand what I'm doing. I understand nothing. And so I focus on the format, on the form. And by doing this, I might see that there's a comma in the wrong place. And a comma has a meaning in French. And if you change the position of the comma, then you will change the meaning. So it's that proofreading that is not that of a referee who's looking for something else. The referee is going to look at the content, and that's what the referee is asked to do, to check the scientific committee. The technical editor has a different approach. It's much more technical. We're just talking about proofreading. The technical editor doesn't just do that. The technical editor is in charge of dissemination. And when we're talking about digital dissemination and we're talking about interoperability of data in a publication, it's a very technical job. It's a job, and it's the job of the copy editor. And that's why we need those people inside our public institutions, because otherwise we would be outsourcing, we lose the expertise, and then we find ourselves facing Elsevier and Springer, and we have to correct things again. But this is just my point of view, and obviously we don't have to share the same point of view.
Hello, I'd like to come back to the money issue, if I may. I'm Jos Baeten of the CWI, and I think there's lots of money around. If your institutions will just stop paying to commercial publishers, you have lots of money to pay for anything that you would want.
On that, so at my university, actually the university library, they have funds for paying for author processing charges, but they will also pay for diamond open access if you tell them. Right? So if you tell, I'm an author from this university, I publish in this diamond open access journal, they might give a support fee, and so they're actually doing this now for LMCS at my university by creatively understanding certain rules that there are in Germany. But it's possible to get your hands on this money as a diamond open access journal.
Et je crois que c'est vrai aussi en France maintenant. Je pense qu'il.
I think it's true in France as well. There are lots of libraries that are beginning to get rid of their subscriptions, and that is freeing more money, and that can be redistributed. So I think the Koala project is a great example of that. You know, libraries, you know, networks have to exist discipline per discipline. In mathematics, we've got a national network of libraries, and they need to get federated. They need to centralize the funds that are being saved, so that then they can be used for something else. But all of this requires time, of course, and there are many people. There's a lot of inertia in the system, and I think that, you know, the movement, it has begun.
I guess the question to the back of the room from before is whether the journal, like my journal, would be responsible. How much is my journal responsible for? So would I just say we reject this article at this time until it's rewritten, and please seek the help of, here's a list, thanks to Céline, of the following people, and then you access the resources from. So that's the question I have now, I think, is just how much should each Episcience journal be responsible for the level of quality, where the option is just to reject, I think.
Juste pour compléter, c'est vrai que c'est un modèle auquel on avait un petit peu pensé nous aussi.
So we thought about that model as well, giving the responsibility to the author, asking the author to go and find a copy editor. You know, we'll accept your paper if it's improved, and go and see this person. So we thought about that as well. So I can see that the question of copy editing is quite a sensitive one. I have a question. So we publish all of our papers in English. That's what people say, but in fact they're not published in English. They're published in Globish, in French English, Italian English, American English. So what about this multilingualism as well? There was somebody in France who said we should all publish in our mother tongues and present in our mother tongues and use translators who are professionals. And here it's great because we're all speaking in our mother tongue and we've got translation. So is that something that we can think about in terms of copy editing? You know, getting papers reviewed in a different language is complicated. And perhaps one day for copy editing, we could have machine translation tools and then proofread what comes out of the machine translation production. So we've got machine translation, and then we just correct things, change 2 or 3 words. In fact, this ties in with some recent questions when we were looking at the journal and we wanted to create different sections in the review arc. And one of the questions that was raised by one of the members of the board was whether he could, because he translated his own articles that are published in English and he always has a French version, he thought it was advantageous to have ARC do this to allow the dissemination of French articles. And so, you know, there was a big debate inside the board to see whether it was a new article or not, whether it should be reviewed or not. So we offered this translation section. So it was an experiment. I was for it, but of course, you know, you can be for or against, and we voted on it in the board. My idea was that it was important to have at least somebody review it so the translated version, and treat it as a new document and a new document with its own reference. But that's not really a direct response to what you said, but it's my best.
Celia Vaudens, we have a project for semi-automatic translation because the Academy of Sciences has the mission to publish French research, and so they need to do this. The first reason is an author who drafts in their own mother tongue will write a better article, and if it's translated from a good quality, the translation will be of a good quality also. If you're writing an article in a language that you're not really mastering, the quality is never very good. This is the project that we have underway. The problem is verification of these translations by the Academy of Science, especially our languages that they don't understand very well. And so we haven't been able to answer all these questions, but the debate is underway. Any other questions? I have a question for Murray. What about the small j? There's a...
Yeah, so I think somebody else was talking about this experience, maybe you, that moving from the publisher, they refused to acknowledge, so we all quit the journal and we started up with Episcience, but if you type complexity cryptology into Google, you get the old page, and they refuse to take it down, and they refuse to put any acknowledgement that it's moved. And the only way you can find out is click on the submit button when you find as an author, and then it says we are no longer accepting publication. So we weren't allowed to use, for legal reasons, we weren't allowed to use GCC, which is what everyone knows us by. So we put the little j there as kind of a joke or something.
Merci. Je voulais savoir si Episcience avait Episcience.
Does Episcience have a policy with the filing of information, data, code? Does each journal have their own policy concerning how things are filed in open archives and how they're made available? This is something that we're working on with the journals. When we're asked, we work with them. We don't have any real recommendations. However, we will propose a filing where, in a way we know it works. It depends on their content, their usage, and their knowledge of what's done. I haven't yet had the opportunity to work with journals that were filing data sets or depositing data sets. I think some do on Xenodo. But what are the warehouses that are used in different disciplines? I don't know. Maybe the journalists could talk about this, about filing or depositing these data sets. And Raphaël, you have you pay a lot of attention to data sets. Maybe you have something you could tell us? For now, for its JTChem that uses data sets, it's difficult to have a policy. We can encourage journals to deposit or file their data sets, but for some disciplines it just is not relevant. It doesn't work. At JTChem, we've decided to have an open data editor. So we have this person who will assess the paper at the outset before it's accepted in view of the available of data sets, the tools, the models, or the data processing tools. Right now, we're working with the authors. It's not mandatory, but we really want to be fair we will see how long we can manage this. We'd like to talk to you about this. If I could just add something. For software, there's software heritage that really helps us because we can put a unique identifier on a part of code or on a code comment that's very professional. It works really well. So we invite our authors to deposit their software there, register it there. And then there's the software heritage that's given. For data, I'm not sure if things are as formal because data is not as structured as code. It's more complicated. They're strong in some domains. There's a lot of data. There's a DOI on data. They can change data, and the DOI doesn't change, so it's a bit complicated. What we're doing is setting up reproducible tools to have the data, the code, to really be able to do the calculations. We're trying this. Most authors will slam the door in our faces when we ask them, but some are prepared to participate, and we learn by doing, and this is how we're proceeding. So I'm confident about the software, but for the data in our community, it's really just so random right now. Research.data.gov should be able to give tools. I'm only starting to look at this on this French government website. In terms of data simulation, there are no standards that exist. The community has never been able to agree, except on CAD standards. Otherwise, there are no standards. It's really complicated to try to get people to adopt standards or change them, so we work with the authors. We learn as they learn. From the standpoint of the steering committee, the idea is that it should be the journal to decide how they're going to manage the scientific content, the data, the programs. But we could go even further. We could want reproducibility in terms of execution. So there are journals that exist, not in Episciences, and they make it possible to reproduce, to compare even the execution of different programs that are published. So it becomes difficult to say we're the best if you can observe that in the execution you don't compare well to the others. A message that I would like to get across to the community is yes, it's scientifically interesting to have the ability to integrate all of these elements around scientific documents and to ensure that the journals propose new ideas, new challenges, in order to ensure that the digital tool is used for research and the publication of research, and that this tool is more adapted and relevant in terms of the results. So don't hesitate to make proposals. It will be up to us from a structural point of view to try to answer your requests, but don't hesitate to send up requests. I have a comment. In the first version of ARC, we'd obliged people to deposit data for the 4 articles. We have the data sets, but when we started up again, we felt that this was a sticking point, and articles weren't being submitted, so we're not systematically getting data sets with the articles. So we let go of this, but it's present in the evaluation grid. And we say that we accept data papers. I have a question on the visibility of the journals. Mr. Murray mentioned the challenge of being able to be in the WOS, to be able to get some notoriety, but you said that you Céline, that you propose support to be referenced in DOAJ. And so can you talk about this? What are the criteria that's required by the DOAG to be referenced? Why did you want to be referenced with DOAG? Was it long? And how many reviews? How many journals were you indexed? Yes, it's a very long procedure. It requires being extremely transparent on the way we set up the journal. Or there are journals that arrived on Episciences that we worked with, and we did this last year with Musk, the journal here. So we said that we would work to go to best practices in publishing. So if you're transparent, yes, you have to say that on the website. You have anti-plagiarism policy, say that on the website. Say how you do it. You use compilation. Explain what you're doing. And these are not necessarily things that the journals thought it was necessary to express. They were doing it and they thought it was logical, but no, it's not necessarily logical. And so it's best to really say everything that you're doing so that there are no doubts. And this is how we designed a dedicated page for publication policies to clearly explain what licenses are used for the different journals. So we put down on paper that we're a diamond access platform. For each of the journals, we say that there are no publication costs and no subscription costs. It's always clear to say it. And there's a page that's the same for all the journals, the publication policy that's requested in the referencing on the platform, to always have the same URL for the publishing policies to indicate all of the characteristics. And this makes it possible for us to be as transparent, as clear as possible, and then to proceed on demand with deposit in the DOAG. There are criteria that have to be filled in, and people could say, well, we almost said it all, but no. If we get refused because one of the criterion was not clear enough, that we didn't clearly mention such or such aspect, like on the rights of reuse, that the authors maintain their rights. If it's not written clearly on the journal's site, it could be a factor to be refused by the DOAJ. It's a long-term work that we do with the journals and with my colleagues. Marianne could talk about this because she's good at indexing mathematical journals in DOAJ, sorry. So this represents a lot of work, and the four of us are working on it with Marianne, Emmanuel, Catherine, and Hélène. So it's real support, and for us it makes sense, it has meaning to accompany best practices to support them. I just wanted to add, looking for indexation in WASP or focus is not an impact factor. It's just it allows foreign colleagues to submit. I have an Italian colleague who said, I'm waiting for you to be indexed. Otherwise, our publication doesn't exist. It's not because we really want to, we have to, so that our foreign colleagues can also find what they're looking for.
On indexation, because this has come up before. So I feel that that's really an important topic for journals if you want to have authors from certain countries where funding agencies distribute funds based on impact factors. And on the other hand, these like for example, the Thomson Reuters impact factor, you need to have a backlog of 5 years. So for us nowadays, it's not a problem because we started that early, and in 2004, it wasn't that important. So we've got indexed since 2009, but nowadays, as a new journal, if you want to go diamond open access, you kind of need a long breath if you want to be survive. If you want to survive for 5 years until you get your first impact factor. And so that's a bit of a problem, but I feel it's not a problem that scientists alone can solve, because where come these requirements from? They come from politics. So if politics really wants to make a move towards open access, and I think there's a growing realization that they do want to make this move, these things have to change. So indexation must not be done by commercial publishers. And companies like Thomson Reuters, they have to come up with other solutions for evaluating the quality of journals.
Je veux bien intervenir rapidement là-dessus parce que c'est.
I'd like to add something. It's not always easy. We don't necessarily know what's going on in other countries, but in France, things are changing in terms of evaluation. And I think that's the important point. As a researcher, I think many of us belong to evaluation committees and can act. I don't rely on the impact factor of such candidate or another candidate. We also present the policy of GTCAM at the CNRS, the CNU, to try to raise awareness about this. We don't just say the index isn't good. We participate in the dynamics of doing different types of evaluations. I think we can all do this by refusing in evaluation committees to count the number of articles and use the impact factor. We can do this in France anyway. Yes, we're in a domain that's very international, so we're obliged to follow the rules to play the game. But I think that we can work together in our communities to invent other indicators that could be more necessary depending on the discipline. And I think that there's a real game to play with publishers so that the research communities and the publishers give us indicators, including for journals that are more relevant according to disciplines.
Challenge whether any numeric indicators are necessary, because prior to the impact factor, at least in my community, there was a pretty well knowledge or sense of which journals are good and competitive and have a high impact factor, or with which conferences. And the scientists in these communities, they didn't need these numbers. Everybody knew which venue is good and which isn't so good. It seems that there are people who don't know the field suddenly came up with these metrics and imposed on us these numbers, which we don't actually need. Yeah, that's true. It's true.
Alors,
je suis entièrement d'accord.
Je propose sur l'intervention de Vincent
If someone would like to speak, we're going to take a last question after Vincent. Just one last question. For indexation, I know of an Italian journal in Diamond Open Access that did everything to be indexed, and then that received pressure from private groups doing indexation, saying only 12 papers per year, you need at least 15. So they started running after articles, and then they were asked to have 25, and then they stopped. And then they were getting lobbies from the Springer saying that all of the articles that are counted in the evaluation are coming from this publishing houses with Springer. They only counted papers from those editors. So when you enter this game, you have to understand that there's a balance of power. The strength of the people we're fighting against. I think it's better that we work on our own evaluation methods that we trust in our research institutes and our politicians. We need to talk to them and say, when you use those indicators that we can't control, we're going to crash straight into the wall. Serge Boin from Open Data and Research. To change the evaluation at the CNRS, I'm in charge of this. The institutions are convinced it's the researchers in the commission who are the ones who want to have the complete list of publications. That's just what I wanted to say. This is why I call on our own individual responsibility. Thank you. So let's conclude this first half day of work so we can continue the discussions around with a little cocktail that for those who want to stay. We're going to celebrate the 10 years of the platform with you. And I also wanted to thank all of the people who have been following us on our YouTube channel in English and in French. And we hope to see you tomorrow for the second half day at 9 for the video conference and 8:45 here for those who will be in the hall. Thank you. Have a nice evening.